Chapter 2172. On the other side, in the sky sun sect, the atmosphere was tense. Ever since they found out that the young man in front of them was the ghost Dr. Fengjiu, their expressions changed again and again. No one knew what they were thinking. In the middle, Bai Qingcheng, who was paralyzed on the ground, sat there in a daze after Fengjiu left a mark on her body. The Medicine Peak Lord's eyes were filled with anger after his shock. "You did it on purpose, didn't you? You didn't say that you were the ghost Dr. Fengjiu. If you said that you were the ghost Dr. Fengjiu, He was so angry that his face turned red, feeling like he had been deceived. He thought that he had taken advantage of the other party, but who knew that it was this young man who had taken advantage of him? He had clearly come prepared. He had clearly made up his mind to cheat him of his 7-star spiritual herb. Truly, truly shameless to the extreme. This ghost, Dr. Fengjiu, was so shameless. Peak Lord Yi, your words are so unreasonable. Fengjiu glanced at him and said, "From the beginning to the end, you didn't ask who I was? Besides, if I said that I was Fengjiu, you wouldn't dare to compete with me?" Speaking up to this point, her lips curled into a faint smile. "Our competition was open and above board. There were no tricks. If I lost today, I definitely wouldn't have any objections. You're clearly that..." He couldn't speak, only feeling a fire burning in his chest. Could it be that after knowing that she was the ghost Dr. Fengjiu, he didn't dare to compete with her? He knew very well that even if he knew beforehand, he wouldn't admit defeat to her, much less think that he would lose to her. But now, this situation, once he thought about how he had lost that 500-year-old 7-star spiritual herb, his heart ached. Especially when he felt that he had been cheated by this ghost, Dr. Fengjiu. He felt even more indignant. When he lost earlier, it was one thing if he didn't know that she was the ghost Dr. Fengjiu. But now that he knew that she was the ghost Dr. Fengjiu, how could he not understand that she had long dug a hole for him to jump into? "I see that it's getting late. Peak Lord Yi, let's go dig for herbs." Fengjiu smiled as she looked at the furious Peak Lord of Medicine. Hearing this, Peak Lord Yao's body stiffened. Dig herbs. That's right. From the moment he had lost to this Fengjiu, that 500-year-old 7-star spiritual herb was no longer his. Thinking of this, he felt a burst of pain in his heart and couldn't help but look at Feng Nine angrily. That 7-star spiritual grass is one of the main ingredients of the 7th-level detoxification pill. You can't refine a 7th-level detoxification pill, so what's the use of taking my 7-star spiritual grass? Fengjiu chuckled. Her eyes narrowed as she beamed. "That's already my 7-star spiritual herb, Peak Lord Yi. How you want to deal with it is none of your business." Hearing this, his face stiffened and his body trembled slightly. His 7-star spiritual grass. He only had a 7-star spiritual grass that was 500 years old. He had never thought that he would lose to this kid. No, this little girl. But now he had lost, and he had lost in such an unsightly manner. The sect master watched from the side, coughed lightly, and said, "All right, old man Yi, bring little friend Feng to dig up your 500-year-old 7-star spiritual herb. This was the bet we agreed on before the competition, so you must accept your loss. Hurry up." Chapter 2173. Fengjiu narrowed her eyes and smiled. She glanced at Bai Qingcheng, who was sitting on the ground, and walked up to her. "Did you hear what I said just now? You have 3 months. Remember to look for me when you're done. If I don't see you at the Heavenly Pill Dispensary in 3 months, I'll go to your Bai family." Bai Qingcheng raised her head and looked at her. She gritted her teeth and said, "I know. I'll definitely be there in 3 months. You should call me Master." Fengjiu narrowed her eyes, and her expression was a little lazy. Hearing this, Bai Qingcheng lowered her eyes and lowered her head. "Yes, Master. Good girl." Fengjiu smiled with satisfaction. She reached out and patted her head. She glanced at Song Ming and was about to follow Peak Master Yi to dig for spiritual herbs. However, she saw Peak Master Yi standing in front of her alchemy furnace and staring blankly. Fengjiu walked up and glanced at her alchemy furnace. She had only taken out the pills, but did not take the alchemy furnace. She wanted to collect it when she came over. Who knew that Peak Master Yi would be interested in it? She smiled and waved her sleeve to put away the alchemy furnace. She looked at Peak Master Yi and said, It's getting late. Peak Master Yi, let's go. Your alchemy furnace. Peak Master Yi looked at her in shock. Your alchemy furnace. My alchemy furnace is more durable. She smiled and said, No, your alchemy furnace, this alchemy furnace is. Yes, it's used by me for alchemy. I'm not selling this furnace. She smiled and narrowed her eyes. I saw it just now. It looked like the Shenong furnace. He muttered and his eyes fell on Fengjiu. Hee, it's just a small broken furnace I picked up on the road. It's better than ordinary alchemy furnaces. Fengjiu laughed and looked at Peak Master Yi, who was in a daze. She said, Peak Master Yi, let's get down to business. Don't you think so? The corners of Song Ming's mouth twitched as he glanced at Fengjiu. That's right. Digging up someone else's carefully maintained 500-year-old spiritual herb was the proper thing to do. She was probably the only one who could do such a proper thing. Peak Lord Yi took a deep look at Fengjiu before clasping his hands behind his back. Let's go. This ghost Dr. Fengjiu was not a normal person. Not only was he an abnormal alchemy genius, he also seemed to have a lot of treasures on him. Just like the Aurora teleportation scroll and the small cauldron. Don't think that his old eyes couldn't see clearly. That cauldron was clearly the ancient divine cauldron, the Shenong cauldron. How could such a heavenly treasure fall into her hands? As he walked, he thought about it. He really couldn't understand how that brat. No, that girl's luck was so heaven-defying. Song Ming and Fengjiu walked a few steps behind Peak Lord Yi. Looking at the figure in front of them, Song Ming whispered to Fengjiu beside him, This is also my first time coming to Peak Lord Ye's cave. I heard that there's a spiritual field next to his cave. There are all kinds of spiritual herbs that Peak Lord Yi personally cultivated there. Some of them are extremely rare outside and have been around for a certain age. Hearing this, Fengjiu's eyes flashed and the corners of his mouth hooked up, revealing a wicked smile. Oh? Then I really have to take a look. I love medicine fields the most, especially medicine fields that have rare and precious herbs planted in them. Chapter 2174. The two of them followed Peak Lord Yi. After entering, they saw that there was a barrier in addition to formations. Fengjiu, who was walking slowly, was slightly surprised. Just how much did Peak Lord Yi treasure his spirit herbs? This place was heavily guarded, as if it was guarding against thieves. We're here. Peak Lord Yi stopped in front of a medicinal field. He looked at Fengjiu and pointed at the field, saying, Go in and dig it yourself. But I have to tell you first, don't break this old man's other spirit herbs. Otherwise, this old man will make you pay. Okay. Fengjiu smiled and told Song Ming to wait for her outside the medicinal field. Then she walked in. Peak Lord Yi didn't tell her which spirit herb was the 7-star spirit herb. He told her to find it herself in this medicinal field. However, this wasn't difficult for her at all. Peak Lord Yi stood to the side with his hands behind his back. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked at the figure walking in the medicinal field. He thought to himself, this Fengjiu should be able to find the 7-star spirit herb in this medicinal field, right? That's right. How could someone who can refine a level 6 medicinal pill not recognize the 7-star spirit herb? She probably recognized all the spirit herbs in this medicinal field. Just as he was thinking, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. This person is like a bandit. She wouldn't take a fancy to my other spirit herbs, right? Thinking of this, his expression couldn't help but become nervous. He turned around and stared nervously at the figure walking in the medicinal field. Seeing her looking at each spirit herb like that, his heart was in his throat. This Fengjiu was as cunning as a fox. If she really took a fancy to something, he was afraid that she would play some tricks and dig a hole for him. After thinking about it, he hurriedly said, Don't walk around randomly. The 7-star spirit herb is on your left. The one in the innermost part is 500 years old. Quickly dig it up and leave. Peak Lord Yi, I didn't expect your medicinal field to have so many varieties. They're all rare spirit herbs outside, and they're all quite old. You found them and transplanted them here, right? Fengjiu looked at the nervous Peak Lord Yi and asked with a smile, Why do you care where this old man got these spirit herbs from? Anyway, where they came from has nothing to do with you. Quickly dig up that 7-star spirit herb and leave. This old man has a headache whenever he sees you, he said with a face of disgust. Fengjiu heard this and smiled. Fengjiu, I'll leave right. I won't stay. She would come back in the future. She would come back in the future. She arrived in front of the 500-year-old 7-star spirit grass and carefully dug out its roots and transplanted them into her space. Then she walked out and said to Peak Lord Yi, Peak Lord Yi, I'll be leaving first. I'll come back later if I have the chance. Next, don't come back in the future. Don't ever come back again. Seeing his guarded face, Fengjiu couldn't help but chuckle. There's still a long way to go. Who knows what will happen in the future? You also know that I have the Aurora transfer scroll. It's convenient for me to go anywhere. As soon as she finished speaking, Peak Lord Ye's face turned ashen. He stepped forward and pushed the two people out. Go, go, go. Don't come back in the future. Don't ever come back again. This old man is scared of you, okay? Today, if this news spreads to the other 3 sects, this old man won't be able to go out and see anyone. He angrily said. After pushing the 2 people out, he clasped his hand behind his back and returned to his cave. Chapter 2175. It's still early. Why don't you come to my place for a drink before you leave? Song Ming said. He felt that the sky was not completely dark yet, and it was not difficult for her to go. On the contrary, once she left, it would be a long time before they could meet again. Fengjiu looked at the sky and said, I'd better go back first. I'm worried that something will happen over there. She looked at him and said with a smile, when you go down the mountain, call them and have a few drinks at my place. I won't stay for long today. All right. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, and now that she was leaving again, he was reluctant to part with her. However, when he remembered that he had seen her again, and the other 3 hadn't even seen their faces, he felt relieved and said with a smile, Then you can go back. After a while, I'll definitely call the 3 of them over. Fengjiu took out the Aurora teleportation scroll and opened it in her palm. With a thought, she disappeared in the next moment. Looking at Fengjiu, who disappeared in front of him, Songming couldn't help but praise, what a good treasure. No wonder Bai Qingsheng even sacrificed herself. Thinking about how Fengjiu had caused so many things in the 2 days since she came to the Sky Sun sect, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile and walk down the mountain. On the other side, in 100 Rivers City, in front of the Heavenly Pill building, corpses were strewn all over the ground. The splattered scarlet blood and the strong, pungent smell of blood made people feel nauseous, especially when some of the corpses even revealed their internal organs and flowed all over the ground. After a fierce battle, there weren't many people left from the 5 Venoms sect. Even the middle-aged man from the Celestial Sage sect was injured by Guan Shilin. One of his arms had been cut off at the shoulder, and fresh blood kept flowing down. It was a ghastly sight. Seeing that there weren't many of his people left, the middle-aged man from the Celestial Sage sect took advantage of the gap between gasping for breath and quickly retreated. At the same time, he shouted unwillingly, Retreat! His figure was retreating, but his eyes were still staring fiercely at Guan Shilin. I will definitely avenge this broken arm. Guan Shilin, just you wait. The words left behind by that person could be heard from afar. Guan Shilin didn't chase after him. Instead, he turned around and looked at Lung Hua and the others. How are you guys? Is everything all right? Lung Hua and Du Fan were about to speak when they heard Yang Xiao Er's exclamation. Oh no, he keeps vomiting blood. I can't stop the bleeding. Hearing this, the people outside quickly rushed in. They saw Gu Mo, one of the 8 captains of the Phoenix Guards, lying on the ground, vomiting blood. His face was pale, and there was a broken sword in his chest. His aura was so weak that it seemed like he would die at any moment. Everyone was shocked. Gu Mo! Gu Mo! Everyone shouted as they surrounded him. Luo, you took out a medicinal pill for him to consume, but was stopped by Fan Lin. You can't eat it. The sword that pierced his heart is extremely poisonous. Now, no medicine can save him. It will only make him die faster. Fan Lin grabbed Luo Yu's hand that was about to stuff the medicinal pill into Gumo's mouth and said, Carry him in first. If Master can make it back in time, there might be a way to save him. Upon hearing this, Guan Shilin finally understood what was going on. No wonder Xiao Jiao didn't appear even after they fought outside for so long. It turned out that she wasn't in the Heavenly Pill House. Chapter 2176. At this time, Feng Jiao had just entered Hundred River City. She walked all the way to the Heavenly Pill Dispensary on the inner street of the West City. However, as soon as she entered the West City, she smelled a faint smell of blood in the air. Why was there the smell of blood? And why was it in the air? She was puzzled and worried, so she quickened her pace and walked forward. Along the way, she heard the people on the street talking. Many people have died. Why does the Heavenly Pill Dispensary always provoke these people? Many people must have died. The fight was so fierce, and both sides are so powerful. Look at how long the Heavenly Pill Dispensary has been open. They often do these things. In my opinion, today's incident won't be the last time. There will definitely be more in the future. The days are long. Everyone just wait and see. That's why people are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being fat. If you're in the limelight, it's easy to get into trouble. If you don't become a thorn in the side of others, you'll become enemies with others. This is the Heavenly Pill Dispensary. Some people just can't bear to see others doing well. If you don't provoke them, they will provoke you. Hearing this, her heart sank. Many people had died. Were they from the Heavenly Pill Dispensary? She should have known that the people who dared to go against the black market must be powerful. She did not expect them to cause such a big commotion. Moreover, it happened when she was not around. On the street where the lights were just lit, she was not in the mood to watch. She quickly walked forward until she came to the front door of the Heavenly Pill Dispensary. She saw the closed door and the bloodstains on the ground that had not been cleaned up in time. Master, two Phoenix guards appeared outside the door. When they saw her return, they were happy and excited. Master, you're finally back. Guillermo is injured, seriously injured. Hearing this, she pursed her lips slightly and walked forward quickly. She pushed the door open and went straight to the backyard. Master, Master, Master. When the injured Phoenix guards saw her return, they all showed up and bowed. In the backyard, Lung Hua and the others were anxious. Suddenly, they heard voices and could not help but be happy. They quickly walked out to take a look. Master, you're finally back. How is Guillermo? Feng Jiao looked at Lung Hua and the others and asked. It's highly toxic. The knife stabbed into his chest. Fan Lin didn't dare to pull out the knife. He said that he was afraid that it would damage his heart meridian and cause him to bleed to death. Lung Hua quickly explained the situation. How are the others? She asked again and quickly walked in. She was surprised to see her brother here as well. Brother, when did you come? Other than the two Phoenix guards who died, the others were also injured, but they weren't as badly injured as Guillermo, Lung Hua said. Seeing that it was her, Guan Shilin nodded. I just arrived not long ago. As soon as I arrived, I saw someone attacking Lung Hua and the others. Master, the Five Venoms sect sent a celestial sage, as well as some fairy realm and nascent soul pinnacle stage experts. Fortunately, Big Brother Guan came to help. Hearing this, Feng Jiao nodded. I'll take a look at Guillermo first. We'll talk about the rest later. She came to the bedside and looked at Guillermo, whose face was pale but was still awake. She asked, Is he still conscious? And Master, Guillermo's voice was weak. His breathing was so weak that it seemed like it was about to break. All right, don't talk for now. She put her hand on his wrist and checked his condition. Chapter 2177. Prepare water for me. Everyone else, leave first. Fan Lin, stay behind. She instructed as she took out a silver needle from her space. Yes, everyone replied. Other than Fan Lin, everyone else left first. Only Lung Hua came in with water. Under Feng Jiao's instructions, Fan Lin used a pair of scissors to cut open the clothes around the wound. When he saw that the wound on his chest had already swollen and turned black, he couldn't help but look at his master. Feng Jiao looked at the wound and frowned. She reached out to feel the surrounding acupuncture points and said to Guillermo, I will help you pull out the broken sword. Bear with it. It will be very painful. Guillermo nodded slightly. His lips moved slightly as he replied weakly, Okay. Feng Jiao wrapped the broken sword with a piece of cloth and pulled it out forcefully. With a whoosh, blood spurted out and dyed Feng Jiao's hand red. She didn't stop. Instead, she quickly pierced the acupuncture points around the wound with silver needles to stop the bleeding. Fan Lin was originally shocked when he saw the blood gushing out of the wound. However, when he saw that the blood stopped flowing after his master pierced the needles, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Cut a piece of ginseng for him to hold. Then, clean up the blood around the wound. I want to remove the flesh around it. Feng Jiu instructed as she took out a small knife and prepared to do it. Fan Lin did as she said. After cleaning up, he retreated to the side. After Feng Jiu cleaned her hands, she disinfected the small knife in her hand with fire. Only then did she carefully remove the rotten flesh on the swollen wound bit by bit. As soon as the broken sword was pulled out, Guillermo, who was hanging by a thread, let out a muffled groan. If it wasn't for the 1,000-year-old ginseng in his mouth, he would have fainted from the lack of breath. After she cleaned up the rotten flesh around the wound, she secretly activated the green lotus aura in her body. A faint green light slowly shone from her palm and slowly healed the wound around his heart. Fan Lin's heart skipped a beat when he saw this scene. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at the wound that was healing at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. The deep wound that was originally open was healing bit by bit in front of him. When the last bit of the wound healed, not a single scar was left behind. His heart was beating wildly as he looked at his master in shock. This kind of ability was simply heaven-defying. This was something that he had never dared to imagine or believe would happen. Healing the wound in an instant? This kind of ability could bring someone back to life in many cases. His expression was solemn. His master had displayed such an ability in front of him without any hesitation because she had absolute trust in him. If the outside world knew about his master's ability, he was afraid that such a heaven-defying ability would lead to a fatal disaster for her. I'll suppress the poison in his body for the time being. I'll only be able to detoxify the poison in his body after I refine a 7th-grade antidote. Feng Jiu said to Fan Lin, he'll be fine for the next few days. However, you still have to take care of him. Don't let anything happen to him. Master, is the poison in Gumo's body the same as the poison in the black market master's body? He guessed that the two people's situations were somewhat similar. Chapter 2178. An expert of the Five Venoms sect whose strength is at the level of a mortal sage. That sword was originally aimed at Guillermo, but due to a freak combination of factors, it hit Guillermo. Guillermo forcefully broke the sword. However, the injury was close to his heart meridian. Moreover, I can't cure the poison on the sword. As Fan Lin spoke, he thought of the middle-aged man and said, fortunately, Shi Lin came at that time. Otherwise, we wouldn't be his match. Even Tun Yun could only delay him. Moreover, it would be impossible to kill him. However, that person's arm was cut off by Shi Lin. Speaking of this, his expression became serious. I think the people of the Five Venoms sect won't let this matter rest, whether it's the owner of the black market or our heavenly pill building. Moreover, if most of their people are at the celestial sage level, it'll be difficult for us to deal with them. Hearing this, Feng Jiu pondered for a moment. I'll discuss this matter with them. As she spoke, she glanced at Guillermo on the bed and said, you watch over here. I'll go to the front. Fan Lin nodded. After watching her leave, he opened the window to disperse the smell of blood in the room. Outside, Guanxilin and the others who were waiting went up to her when they saw her coming out. Luo Yu and the others couldn't help but ask, Master, how is Guillermo? Is he still alive? It was difficult to hide the worry in his voice. He's still alive, but he's not out of danger yet. As Feng Jiu spoke, she glanced at them and saw that they were also covered with wounds of various sizes. She said, the people of the Five Venoms sect are experts in using poison. Even if you've taken the antidote pill, you can't be careless. As she spoke, she shook her head and sighed softly. Fortunately, the poison you've been poisoned with is not the same as Gumo's. Otherwise, it'd be troublesome. Thinking about it, even if the poison was overbearing, it wouldn't be easy to concoct such a strong poison. Otherwise, none of them would have been able to escape. We're all fine. Our injuries are fine, but Guillermo... Wait for me to concoct the 7th-level antidote pill. His poison is the same as that of the owner of the black market. Currently, only 7th-grade antidote pills can cure their poison, Fengjiu said, thinking about how high the success rate of this batch of pills was. Hearing this, Guan Shilin asked, "Then when are you going to start concocting pills? 7th-level medicinal pill? Are you confident? Make some preparations tonight. We'll refine the pills tomorrow." As she spoke, she looked at them and said, "I am worried that if I concoct pills, I will attract the attention of the people from the Five Venoms sect. Therefore, I am preparing to go to another place tomorrow to concoct 7th-tier medicinal pills. After I have finished concocting the medicinal pills, I will come back. During this period of time, all of you must be vigilant at all times. After all, the people from the Five Venoms sect may come again in the near future. You want to go somewhere else to refine it." Guan Shilin was a little confused. Seeing this, Fengjiu smiled and said, "It's a long story. Some time ago, I obtained a treasure called the Aurora Teleportation Scroll. It can allow me to go anywhere in an instant." "Oh, there's such a treasure?" Guan Shilin's eyes lit up, and he nodded. "That's good. Then find a safe place to concoct the pills. As for here, you don't have to worry. I will help you guard it." Chapter 2179. As she spoke, Fengjiu looked at everyone and asked, "Has Mo-chan come recently?" Hearing this, everyone was startled for a moment. They all thought of the same thing and looked at each other. In the end, Lung Hua opened his mouth and said, "Master, there's something I've always forgotten to say." "HM?" She raised her eyebrows slightly. "What is it?" "Actually, before this, there was someone who came to seek medical treatment. However, the situation was like this." Lung Hua briefly explained the matter of the person brought by Murong Yixian. In the end, he said, "After that, due to the matter with the black market owner and the fact that they didn't come again this matter, he had forgotten about it." Hearing this, Fengjiu nodded. There's no need to pay attention to this matter. Just take care of the matters at hand." "Yes," everyone responded. Xiao Jiu Guan Shilin called out to her. He wanted to take out the gift he brought for her, but then he remembered that she still had matters to attend to and probably wasn't in the mood. Thus, when she looked over, he said, "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. It's fine as long as you did your best." He knew that level 7 medicinal pills were not easy to refine. However, at this time, she was going to refine level 7 medicinal pills to save the black market master and Guillermo. He was a bit worried. The more anxious she was, the easier it was for her to make a mistake. "HM, I know." She smiled slightly and said to them, "Send Guillermo back to the Feng Manor. I'll go to the Ling Manor first to see that black uncle." When an old man from the black market who had just walked in heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched. His wise and powerful master had actually become a black uncle in the eyes of this little girl. "Ghost Doctor." The old man bowed to Fengjiu. Seeing her look over, he said, "I heard that something happened here, so I came to take a look. It's already over." Fengjiu looked at the old man and said, "The people from the Five Poisons sect are indeed powerful. They even injured my people to this extent. Look." She looked towards Lung Hua and the others, her expression very obvious. Seeing this, an apologetic look appeared on the old man's face. "We've implicated you." He cupped his hands and bowed to everyone. Lung Hua and the others didn't say anything. "How has your master been these 2 days? Did you do as I asked?" Fengjiu asked and did not say anything else. Ever since she took over the role of the black market master, she knew that this day would come. The enemies of the black market would also become her enemies and seek her out. Yes, his condition hasn't worsened, but he hasn't woken up either, so we're all a little worried. "I'll go back with you to take a look," she said, and after saying a few words to Lung Hua and the others, she left through the back door with the old man. Not long after Fengjiu went to the Ling mansion, Mo-chan also came to the Heavenly Dan building. Even though the sky was already dark, the smell of blood outside still hadn't completely dissipated. In particular, the traces left behind by the fierce battle were very clear. He stepped into the Heavenly Dan building and saw Lung Hua inside. He said apologetically, "I've been cultivating in seclusion for a while and only came out today. It was also at this time that I found out about the Heavenly Dan building." He felt apologetic. He thought that there wasn't much to do recently, and there were so many people guarding the Heavenly Dam building, so he went to cultivate. He didn't expect so many things to happen during this period of time, so he felt apologetic. He also promised Fengjiu that he would help her look after the Heavenly Dam building, but now he had broken his promise. Chapter 2180. Leng Hua said warmly. He looked at Emo-chan and said, "However, Master asked about Sir Immortal just now. Where is she?" Emo-chan asked. "Master has already returned to the residence. However, she has some matters to attend to, so I'm afraid she won't have time to see Sir Immortal." "Sir Immortal, you can come back in a few days." Hearing this, Emo-chan asked, "Is she busy with the matter of the owner of the black market?" "Yes." Leng Hua was slightly surprised that he knew about this matter, but he still nodded. He did not say anything more. He only said, "If that's the case, then I'll come back in a few days." With that, he turned and left. On the other side, after Fengjiu went to the Ling residence to see the owner of the black market, she prepared all the medicinal ingredients she needed. Only then did she open the Aurora transmission scroll and look carefully from above to find a suitable place to refine pills. She looked from above, but did not find a suitable place. Thus, she put away the Aurora transmission scroll. After entering her room, she directly entered the space. When it came to refining pills, where could there be a better place than her space? There was no one to disturb her inside, and it was a world of its own. Moreover, the spiritual energy was dense. However, 7th level pills were not so easy to refine. Although she had studied it for some time, the main ingredients were limited. She could not afford to fail. At the same time, in one of the bases of the Five Venoms sect, the middle-aged man whose arm had been cut off by Guan Shilin came to the main hall with a pale face. He respectfully knelt on one knee and lowered his head. "Sect Master, I've failed in my duty." Even he did not expect that he would lose an arm on a trip to the Heavenly Pill building. With his strength as a celestial sage, his arm was cut off just like that. How hateful! Looking at the kneeling middle-aged man, the person on the main seat who was wearing a mask narrowed his eyes. "Was your arm cut off by Fengjiu, the ghost doctor?" Hearing this, the middle-aged man lowered his head even more. "Sect Master, it was not Fengjiu, the ghost doctor, but a man named Guan Shilin. When this subordinate went to the Heavenly Pill building today, that Fengjiu did not even show his face." "Oh!" The main seat's voice was slightly drawn out, a little surprised, but in the blink of an eye, he was relieved. "It is said that this ghost, Dr. Fengjiu, is surrounded by capable people. However, your strength is not weak either. For your arm to be chopped off, you must have underestimated your opponent." The middle-aged man lowered his head, gritted his teeth, and said, "Sovereign, this Guan Shilin is actually a black tortoise god." Hearing this, the heart of the main seat moved. "Martial god level? He's actually a mystic?" "Yes, I've followed you for many years, but I never thought that I would be defeated by a mystic. I can't take this lying down. Please seek justice for me, Sect Master." He kowtowed heavily because he knew that if he wanted to deal with Guan Shilin, Fengjiu, and the others, he could only ask the Sect Master to personally take action. Otherwise, it would be useless no matter who went. His hand would definitely not be chopped off like this. Whether it was the ghost Dr. Fengjiu, or Guan Shilin, or the owner of the black market. As long as there was a chance, he would not let any of them go. Chapter 2181. Seeing this, the middle-aged man was overjoyed. "Yes. Thank you, Sect Master. This subordinate wishes Sect Master success." The 10,000 poison hands gathered all the poisons in the world. It was a technique that only the Sect Master of the 5 poison sect practiced. If this technique was mastered, no antidote would have any effect. Even if that person was the ghost Dr. Fengjiu, he wouldn't be able to find a way to break the 10,000 poison hands. He would endure it for the time being. Once the Sect Master mastered the poison technique, it would be their time of death. On the other side, 100 Rivers City's Nailan family. I heard that the Heavenly Pill building provoked a lot of enemies again. This time, they seem to have provoked the 5 poison sect. The Nailan family had looked at his eldest son sitting in the hall and asked, but who knew that he would only focus on drinking tea and wouldn't even respond. Nailing and Mo, Chan held the cup lid and gently scraped the tea as if he didn't hear anything. No one knew what he was thinking. Nailing Zian, next to him, also had an absent-minded expression. The two brothers didn't even listen to what he was saying. Seeing this, the Nailing family head's face sank. He slammed his hand on the table and asked loudly with his eyes wide open, "What's going on with you two brothers? Didn't you hear me ask you something? Why are you both so absent-minded?" Hearing this, Nailing Machin and Nailing Zian both raised their heads to look. The former smiled and glanced at Nailing Zian, but Nailing Zian glanced at them and sighed softly. "Father, you don't have to worry about this matter. Even if the heavenly pill building offended someone, you can't help them, right? It's useless to ask so much and talk so much." His voice paused, and his face was full of worry. He glanced at his elder brother. "If I was as strong as Big Brother, I wouldn't be sitting here worrying." Nailing family's head was stunned when he heard this. "What are you talking about? What are you worrying about? I haven't even talked about you yet. Recently, you've been running to the Feng Manor every few days. Tell me honestly, what have you been doing?" Hearing this, Emo Chun narrowed his eyes and glanced at Nailing Zian. "Running to the Feng Manor every few days? Are you really interested in Lung Shuang? It seems like you didn't take my words to heart." "Brother, you can't say that." Before Nailing Zian finished speaking, he was interrupted. "Bang! What's going on? What do you mean by having feelings for Lung Shuang? You little bastard, did you take a fancy to that black-clothed woman by Feng Jio's side, Lung Shuang? Are you tired of living? How dare you have designs on our people? I think you've been living too comfortably recently, so you want to suffer a little, right?" Nailing family's patriarch heavily slammed his palm on the table. He stood up angrily and pointed at his second son, cursing loudly. "Big Brother." Nailing Zian looked at Emo Chun, hoping that he would help say something. "Don't look at me. There's nothing I can do." After taking a sip of tea, he put down the teacup and stood up. He raised his hand and patted his robe, coldly saying, "I've only been in seclusion for a while, and there's been a lot of trouble. Especially when I didn't go into seclusion, nothing happened. Once I went into seclusion, I broke my promise to Fengjio." Chapter 2182. Looking at his elder brother leaving, Nailing Zian was slightly startled. He took a deep breath and exhaled. He slowly lowered his eyes and hid the complicated look in his eyes. After a long time, he stood up and said to his father, "Father, I'll go back first. I'm going to the back of the mountain to cultivate in seclusion. Don't look for me for a while." Watching his two sons leave one after another, the Nailing family head couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. "Forget it. I don't care anymore. You can deal with your own matters. Even if I wanna, I can't." He flicked his sleeves and walked out with his hands behind his back. In Fengjio's space, she sat quietly beside the spiritual spring with her eyes closed. She was deducing the refining method and steps of the level 7 detoxification pill in her mind. After a long time, she opened her eyes, which were shining. She got up and prepared all the spiritual herbs needed for the level 7 detoxification pill. She took out the Shinnon cauldron and summoned her natal heavenly flame. Everything was ready. Her originally worried and restless heart calmed down. There was only one main herb, and there was only one chance of success. Although she had deduced the steps and method in her mind, if she still failed in the end, it could only mean that she had tried her best. It was really not easy to find the spiritual herbs for the level 7 detoxification pill. Not to mention the other pills, just this 500-year-old 7-star spiritual herb was not easy to find. In addition, even though the poison in the black market master and Gumo's body had been forced to a corner of their bodies, if they were not cured as soon as possible, the poison would break out again. If they really waited until the poison broke out, even a god would not be able to save them. The flame in the pill furnace lit up. She controlled the flame and put the processed spiritual herbs in one by one. Her movements were so familiar that it was as if she had practiced it millions of times. As time passed, all of the spirit herbs were thrown into the furnace. Due to the consumption of spirit force and her concentration, a layer of sweat appeared on her forehead, and her face was a bit pale. In particular, when she flipped her palm and continuously sent spirit force into the furnace to control her life force flame. She felt the pressure on her mind become even greater. It was as if a string was tightly stretched, and she couldn't relax for even a moment. As time passed, the air was filled with a rich medicinal fragrance. Smelling this pleasant medicinal fragrance, she began to condense the pill. She knew that this was the final key, so she didn't dare to be careless. At this moment, in the sky in her space, clouds surged. Black clouds condensed from nowhere and tightly covered Fengjiu in the pill furnace. She raised her head and quickly flipped her hand to form a pill. Just at this moment, the first bolt of pill lightning came down from above and landed on the pill furnace below. Bang! It was like a sudden clap of thunder that shook the ground. Immediately after, the second bolt of lightning struck down, followed by the third bolt. In an instant, 3 bolts of lightning struck down consecutively. After the 3 bolts of lightning, the layer of clouds above gradually dispersed. Chapter 2183. In a corner of the space, little white tiger, who was playing by itself, saw that she had already laid down. Its small body leaped up and bounced towards her, pouncing on her as it cried out. Soft fur entered her hands as its small body lay on top of her. It stuck out its tongue and licked her face, causing her to laugh softly. All right, I'll bring you out later so that you can play outside. She stroked the little white tiger's soft fur as she spoke. She lay quietly on the ground for a while until she felt the spiritual power in her body gradually recover. Then she sat up, put the little white tiger down, and walked to the pill furnace. Looking inside, she saw 3 level 7 antidote pills lying there quietly. Streaks of spiritual energy formed pill patterns on the pills, and a rich medicinal fragrance filled the air. She smiled and took out 3 exquisite small bottles. With a pat on the pill furnace, the 3 pills flew up and were placed into the bottles. After exiting the space, she walked out of her room and let little white tiger out to play. Then she called out, Lung Shuang. Her voice, which contained a trace of spiritual energy, spread from the residence. Lung Shuang, who was in the residence, heard Fengjiu's voice and quickly came to her courtyard. When she saw her master standing in the courtyard, she stepped forward and bowed. Master, prepare water for me. I want to take a bath. Also, get someone to find little white tiger some food. Yes, Lung Shuang responded, glancing at little white tiger, who was jumping around in the courtyard, before turning to leave. An hour later, Fengjiu walked out of her room wearing a red dress. Her silky black hair fell naturally behind her back and was only lightly tied up with a red ribbon. The dazzling red dress was simple, but it gave her a different and enchanting aura. When they heard that she had returned, Guan Shilin, Lung Hua, and the others also came to the residence. When they saw her in a dazzling red dress, their eyes lit up. Although they had already seen their mistress's beauty when she wore women's clothes, they were still stunned every time they saw her. Among all the people they had seen, she was the only one who could wear red clothes with such a temperament. The recklessness of the red dress and her confidence combined to form a unique temperament. Her beautiful face, set off by the dazzling red dress, appeared even more magnificent and unparalleled. When she was dressed in green, she restrained her aura and sharpness, as if she was a noble young master who had not experienced much of the world. There was not the slightest trace of fierceness. However, when she was dressed in red, the aura of an expert was fully displayed. Her sharp edge was extremely dazzling. Coupled with her confident and willful expression, as well as the devilish smile on her lips, this was the aura and grace that the legendary ghost Dr. Fengjiu should have. Greetings, Master. Lung Hua and the others stepped forward, bowed, and called out respectfully. Xiaojiu. Guan Shilin smiled as he looked at his younger sister in front of him. Fengjiu nodded at everyone and said, I have refined the level 7 antidote. There is one here. Take it and give it to Guillermo. I will go and take a look at that black uncle. As she spoke, she took out a medicine bottle from her space and handed it to Guan Shilin. Brother, I will have to trouble you to make this trip. No problem, Guan Shilin said, taking the medicine bottle and looking at Lung Hua and the others. Master, then we will go and see Guillermo first. Chapter 2184. I will go over later to check on his condition. For now, you all should take care of him. She said to everyone. Yes. They responded, bowed, and then left. After they left, Fengjiu brought Lung Shuang to the Ling residence. Once they entered, Fire Phoenix, who had transformed into a small bird, flew down from the branches and landed on her shoulder. Fire Phoenix, the little white tiger, is in the residence. Go play with it. Fengjiu slightly tilted her head and smiled as she spoke to Fire Phoenix on her shoulder. Okay. Fire Phoenix replied. Knowing that she was busy, it did not disturb her and flew off her shoulder towards the Feng residence. Ghost Doctor, a middle-aged man, came in and respectfully bowed to her. Fengjiu slightly nodded. Under the middle-aged man's lead, they arrived at the inner courtyard that was heavily protected. Entering the room, they saw the old man guarding the bed. Ghost Doctor is here. Has the 7th rank detoxification pill been refined? When the old man saw Fengjiu, joy appeared in his eyes, and he quickly walked over. Not bad. The 7th rank detoxification pill has been refined. She nodded her head and looked at the person lying on the bed. Slowly walking over, she sat down on the chair next to the bed. Great. I knew it. I knew that the Ghost Doctor would have a way to save my master. The old man's eyes were red, and he was extremely excited. Fengjiu first checked his pulse, and then checked him. Finally, she took out a pill bottle and poured out the pill inside. Pour a cup of water, she said to the old man to the side. Yes, yes. The old man quickly went to the table and poured a cup of water. He looked at the pill in Fengjiu's hand. The 7 veins on the pill made him extremely excited. This was a 7th rank detoxification pill. This was something that could save his master's life. Fengjiu personally fed the detoxification pill and water to the owner of the black market. Bring me a basin. As she spoke, she lifted him up with one hand and used her spiritual energy to carefully move it around the black market owner's body. Pooh! The owner of the black market spat out a mouthful of poisonous blood. As the poison had accumulated in his body for a long time, it had formed a blood clot. When he spat out the mouthful of poisonous blood, there was a blood clot in it. The old man's heart skipped a beat when he saw that. He stood guard at the side, unable to help much. He could only watch as the Ghost Doctor pierced the acupuncture points on his master's body with silver needles and took out another pill to feed him. Although he couldn't help much, seeing that his master's breathing was stable, he heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to take out the poisoned blood from the basin, he heard her voice. Wait! Fengjiu called out to him. After pulling out the silver needles in his hand, he looked at the old man. Leave that poisonous blood clot for me. This is still needed. The old man was stunned. And this poison is not ordinary. Only a 7th rank detoxification pill can detoxify it. However, the main ingredient for a 7th rank detoxification pill is not easy to find, so I plan to carefully distinguish the poison in this blood. From another angle, I will find a way to detoxify it. As she spoke, she kept the silver needles in her space and said, The poison in your master's body has been cleared. I have also fed him a pill, so he should wake up tomorrow. However, his body has been exhausted, so to fully recover, it will take at least a month. Chapter 2185. Fengjiu looked at him. What's the matter? He hesitated for a moment, then asked, Does the Ghost Doctor understand the 5 Poisons sect? I only know that the 5 Poison sect's people are experts in using poison. The 5 Poison sect's master has 12 poison envoys, and most of their strength is at the Celestial Sage level. As for the rest, I only know a bit, but I can't say I understand them very well. Hearing her say this, the old man sighed in his heart. Without a complete understanding, she was willing to protect their master and make an enemy out of the 5 Poison sect. It had to be said that their master's eye for people was very good. If it was anyone else, they probably would have just washed their hands of this matter. Ghost Doctor, the 5 Poison sect's master, is known as the 5 Poison sect's master. His strength is above the Celestial Sage level, and what we fear the most is not the 12 poison envoys under him. Instead, The poison sect has a poison technique. That poison technique uses one's body as poison and uses one's body to cultivate poison. When the poison technique is mastered, all the poison in the body will be transferred to the left hand. Thus, it is known as the 10,000 poisons hands. If this 10,000 poisons hands is mastered, combined with the use of spiritual energy, its power will be great. Very few people are able to defeat it, the old man said in a deep voice, then looked at her with a serious expression, saying, this 10,000 poisons hands is a poison technique that only the master of the 5 poisons sect can cultivate. Last time, when the 5 poisons sect's master fought with my master said that he had already mastered the poison technique to 70%, so I'm worried. Hearing this, Fengjiu nodded. I understand. I will be careful. She stood up and said, take care of your master here. When he wakes up tomorrow, have someone inform me. All right. The old man agreed, then handed the poison blood clots to her, then sent her off. Fengjiu returned to the Feng Manor to check on Gu Mo's situation. After confirming that the poison in Gu Mo's body had been cured after he vomited blood, she handed over some matters to Leng Hua and the others. Then, she returned to her room and closed the door. No one knew what she was busy with inside. Only when the sky darkened did she walk out of her room with an exhausted expression. Xiaojiu, you're done? Guan Shilin, who was sitting in the courtyard, saw her come out and indicated for her to sit down. He poured her a cup of tea. Rest. Look at how busy you've been these days. I'm fine. Fengjiu smiled. After sitting down, he picked up his teacup and drank some tea. He said, I've studied the composition of the poison and found the antidote. When the time comes, even if someone is poisoned again, they might not necessarily need a 7th grade antidote to detoxify it. I don't understand what you're talking about. I'm waiting for you here because I have something for you. He smiled and took out some treasures he had obtained outside. Fengjiu couldn't help but stare in a daze when she saw the treasures placed on the table. The items on the table were piled up into a small mountain. There were precious treasures, glowing beads the size of a baby's fist, and so on. Everything was piled up one by one. She only felt that the small mountain in front of her was sparkling. This light attracted the little white tiger and fire phoenix, who were playing in the courtyard, and Lao Bai, who was sleeping on the tree, to gather around. Brother, where did you get so many things? Don't tell me you went out to rob someone? She picked up a precious bead on the table and looked at it in shock. She couldn't help but click her tongue. Good stuff. Why are there so many treasures? Why didn't I see these when I went out? Chapter 2186. All for me. She was slightly surprised. So many treasures. Yes, they're all for you. And wait a moment. He smiled and took out the fiery red stone from his spatial ring. Because the red stone was too big and there were treasures on the table, such a precious and priceless piece of top-grade fiery stone was casually placed on the ground by him. Look at this stone. I brought it back from the volcano in the volcano forest. I saw that the color was as beautiful as a flame, so I wanted to bring it back for you. He smiled and said, I wanted to find a sculptor to carve this stone and give it to you, but I don't know what you like, so I'll give it to you like this. Find a time to send it over and carve it. Make it look good, and you can put it in the heavenly pill house to admire. Fengjiu was stunned when he took out the top-grade fiery stone. Such a dazzling color, such a large piece of fiery stone. This was the best of the best. What did her brother just say? Carve it. Thinking of this, she asked, Brother, do you know what this is? I know. It's some kind of top-grade fiery stone, and it's worth some money, Guan Shilin said. Hearing this, the corner of her mouth twitched. It's worth some money? Such a large piece, and it's the color of flame. This is a priceless treasure. Fortunately, you didn't carve it, or my heart would ache. She couldn't even find a piece of this thing, but her brother actually brought back such a large piece, and it was even a top-grade one. Guan Shilin smiled and said, I knew you would like this thing. At that time, many people wanted to snatch it from me, but in the end, they couldn't beat me. Hearing this, Fengjiu chuckled. I know. At that time, I was also in the volcano forest. You were with that group of mercenaries, right? We should have met on the way. It's just that you didn't see me and I didn't see you. It was only after you left behind the volcano and Those people wanted to chase after you, that I saw your figure, that I helped you to stop them." As she spoke, she smiled slyly and said, "I robbed all of their belongings." Hearing this, Guan Shilin was slightly surprised. "So, you were inside at that time? No wonder. I was still wondering why the people behind us didn't catch up. So it was you who helped us from behind." Hearing her say this, he finally understood. Feng Jiu narrowed his eyes and picked up the treasures on the table to play with. At that time, it was because she saw his figure that she stood out to block those people. Otherwise, she wouldn't have meddled in other people's business. "Master, you already have too many treasures to count." Fire Phoenix looked at the small mountain of treasures on the table and glanced at Guan Shilin. "It's good to have an older brother." Guan Shilin was a big guy, but he treated his owner well. Hearing this, both of them laughed. "All right, Xiao Jiu, put everything away. Brother brought these for you. If you like them, you can keep them. If you don't like them, you can give them away," he said with a smile and motioned for her to put everything away. "Brother, every time you go out, you bring back so many treasures for me. Did you keep some for yourself? When you marry in the future, you'll need betrothal gifts. And Yi Jing, she's at the lower continent now. Won't you find a time to go and marry her?" She winked at him and said. Chapter 2187. Seeing the expression on his face, Feng Jiu knew what he was thinking and said, "Brother, how about this? Since you've come back, don't go out for the time being. Stay here and wait for me to settle things here. Then I'll go with you. Even if the two of you don't plan to get married, you can still settle the marriage first, so that Yi Jing's family won't make other arrangements for her." Hearing this, Guan Shilin smiled and said, "Okay, then we'll go together." He then asked, "But should we tell Godfather and the others about this?" Although he had no family of his own, Xiao Jiu's family was his family. If he wanted to settle the marriage, should he tell Godfather and the others? "I'll send someone to send a message back when the time comes. When you marry Yi Jing in the future, you'll naturally need my father and the others to step in," she said with a smile. Looking at the treasures on the table, she said, "Then I'll put these things away first. When you get married in the future, your little sister will naturally prepare good things for you." The brother and sister chatted in the courtyard. Because it was already dark, after the lanterns were lit, the two of them sat in the courtyard, eating, drinking, and chatting, until a figure quietly came. The three beasts in the courtyard glanced at the newcomer and went out to take a look, pretending not to see him. After all, as long as he was not an enemy, they could ignore him. "You two siblings are in a good mood," and Mo Chun, who was sitting on the wall and dressed in white, said as he looked at the two in the courtyard. "Why didn't you go through the main door and climb over the wall to come in?" Feng Jiu saw him and couldn't help but smile. He was obviously an immortal-like figure, but he liked to climb over walls. This hobby was really strange. And Mo Chan sat on the wall and sighed softly. "It's not that I like to climb over walls and not go through the main door. It's just that I've come a few times and been blocked. I had no choice but to climb over the wall and take a look." Hearing this, Feng Jiu was slightly surprised. "Why were you blocked?" "I didn't ask anyone to stop you." After thinking for a while, he suddenly smiled. That's right. I was indeed a little busy a few days ago. They were probably worried that someone would disturb me, so they didn't let you in." As she spoke, she looked at him, raised her eyebrows, and smiled. "Aren't you coming down for a drink or two?" Hearing this, Mo Chin's eyes flashed and a trace of a smile flashed across his eyes. He then lightly leaped down and landed on the ground. At this time, Feng Jiu called for the Lung Shuang outside to bring in another wine glass. Lung Shuang took the wine glass and stepped back. Feng Jiu poured him a glass of wine. Mo Chan revealed a wisp of a smile towards Feng Jiu when she saw this, and then she raised her wine cup and took a light sip. "Gongzi Mo Chun, no matter what, this is my sister's courtyard. You're a man after all. It's best if you don't do this kind of behavior again," Guan Shilin said with a straight face. Cough, cough. Mo Chun had just taken a sip of wine when he heard Guan Shilin's words. He couldn't help but choke. He put down the wine glass in his hand and looked at Guan Shilin, who had a straight face as if he was protecting a child. He couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. "You're thinking too much. Your sister doesn't see me as a man at all." Feng Jiu heard this, and the corner of her mouth twitched. She glanced at Emo-chan. Guanxilin frowned and stared at him. Chapter 2188. He looked at Fengjiu and said, I'm here tonight to see if you're back, about what happened a few days ago. I already know about what happened a few days ago. You don't have to tell me anymore. Fengjiu interrupted him and smiled. Since you're here, let's drink and chat tonight. Seeing this, he smiled and said, all right. The three of them sat in the courtyard, chatting and drinking until late at night. When Guanxilin and Emo-chan finally left, the next morning, someone from the Ling residence came to inform her that their master had woken up and wanted to see her. Thus, she went to the Ling residence after washing up. Ghost Doctor, my master has really woken up. The old man saw her enter and quickly welcomed her with a face full of joy. Fengjiu nodded slightly and walked in. She saw the middle-aged man sitting on the bed with his eyes closed. Uncle Black, how do you feel? Fengjiu casually sat down on a chair beside the bed with a smile on her face. Her expression was natural as she asked in a relaxed tone. However, when she called him Uncle Black, the owner of the black market was stunned for a moment before he broke into laughter. Why did you call me Uncle Black? Did you think that because I'm the owner of the black market, you can call me Uncle Black? He looked at the beautiful woman in red in front of him, his eyes flashing. This was the ghost Dr. Fengjiu in person. In the past, all he saw were portraits, but today, seeing him in person, he knew that he was 100 times more realistic than the portraits. Fengjiu smiled and said, although I've dealt with the black market countless times, I still don't know your name. Since you're the owner of the black market, I think Uncle Black is quite suitable for you. At hearing this, he let out a low chuckle. The chuckle vibrated from his chest and seemed to have affected the injuries in his body. His face became pale and sweat seeped out of his forehead. However, there was still a happy smile on his face. It could be seen that he was in a good mood. Fine, Uncle Black it is then. You're probably the only one who dares to call me that. Actually, I have a question that I've wanted to ask for a long time, but I never had the chance. Now that Uncle Black is awake, why don't you answer my question? She narrowed her eyes and looked at him with a smile. Hearing this, the owner of the black market glanced at her with a smile in his eyes and asked, you want to ask me why I've been taking care of you all these years? Fengjiu nodded. Yes, although we're talking about a cooperative relationship, it is true that the black market has helped me a lot. I also know that the black market has secretly helped me solve some problems, so I'm a little curious. What is the reason? She looked at him and rested her chin on her hand. After thinking for a while, she said, as far as I know before this, I have never met you, Uncle Black, let alone saved you. So, why did you help me? Even if it was a cooperative relationship, most of the time, the black market could stand by and do nothing. However, the black market didn't do that. Instead, they stood up and helped her solve the problem. Moreover, the black token was given to her just like that. Even if the people in the black market didn't say anything, she knew that there seemed to be something she didn't know. This time, since she had the opportunity to meet face to face, she naturally wanted to ask about it. Chapter 2189. Hearing this, Fengjiu's gaze fell on him. Someone gave me your portrait and asked me to take care of you. You don't need to ask me who this person is because I don't know who he is. He saved my life a few years ago, and I gave him a keepsake. That year, he had someone send that keepsake and your portrait over. Hearing this, Fengjiu was slightly surprised. She thought of all the people she knew and asked, was the person who saved you a man or a woman? Was it old or young? The black uncle thought for a bit and smiled. To you, it should be an old man. Old man? Fengjiu's heart skipped a beat. She thought of the old man who had given her the green lotus. After giving her the green lotus, there was no news of him. Could it be that he had asked the owner of the black market to take care of her? Other than him, she couldn't think of anyone else. This time, I have to thank you for saving me. He looked at Fengjiu and said, in the past, it was because of that favor. After that, you didn't need our help. Now that you saved my life, I have to repay this debt. Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled. Then how does the black uncle want to repay me? She looked at him and said with a smile, this debt of saving my life is not something that can be repaid with money. Also, I don't lack money. Naturally, he nodded and said with a serious expression, how about this? I'll give the black market to you. Feng Jiu was stunned. What? Did she hear wrong? I said, I'll give the black market to you. In the future, you'll be the black market master. How about it? He revealed a smile and looked at her, thinking that this was a good idea. This black market was created by you, and you're giving it to me? How can that be? She waved her hand. Also, I don't have the energy to manage such a large black market. I don't want it. Seeing her face full of disdain, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. So many people are looking forward to my black market, but you have a face full of disdain. Do you know how much power and influence this black market has? Hearing this, Feng Jiu chuckled. Black uncle, don't brag. The black market's power is quite big, I know that. But look, after you were poisoned by the 5 Poisons sect, which one of the black market's branches hasn't closed their doors? Now, I'm guessing that the people in your black market are causing a ruckus. She said casually, the black market is a mess right now. I don't want to take over. I have enough troubles. Also, you've worked with me for a long time. Uncle Black smiled and shook his head. All right, that's a mess. It's fine if you don't want it. How about this? You. I don't want to suffer such a loss. She pursed her lips and glanced at him. I was the one who saved you, and you want me to be your goddaughter? I even have to call you godfather? You're taking all the advantages. That's because you don't know my true identity. You don't know how strong and powerful my family is. He smiled and shook his head. Looking at her, he said, I'm telling you the truth. Being my goddaughter isn't me taking advantage of you, but it's also very beneficial to you. Chapter 2190. Hearing this, his expression showed a moment of desolation, but he quickly covered it up and smiled. You don't have to worry about that. I haven't even married in my entire life. So how could I have children? If you become my daughter, everything I have will naturally be yours. Furthermore, your status won't be low. Even if my family members see you, they will have to show you some respect. Feng Jiu was slightly surprised, looking at him sitting on the bed. You haven't married? That can't be. You don't look bad, and with that mighty and extraordinary figure, there shouldn't be no woman who likes you. Her gossipy nature was aroused, and she asked with a smile, Is it because your standards are too high and you don't like anyone? Or is the woman you like married to someone else? Cough. The old man at the side coughed lightly. Feng Jiu looked at the old man, and then looked at the dark uncle who seemed to be reminiscing, and couldn't help but say apologetically, I'm sorry. I'm too nosy. Sometimes my curiosity just can't be stopped. It's fine. The dark uncle smiled. Let's get down to business. Since I don't have any children, why don't you just take me as your daughter? Seeing that Feng Jiu didn't say anything, he said, I haven't told you my family and name. Actually, there's no rush. Let me think about it. Feng Jiu stood up, looked at him, and said, Dark uncle, you should rest here first. I still have matters to attend to, so I'll be heading back first. Saying this, she didn't wait for him to speak and left first. Seeing Feng Jiu leave, the old man at the side said, Master, are you really going to take the ghost doctor as your daughter? If you really take her as your daughter, there will probably be people in the family who will oppose it. Humph. He snorted lightly and said, When is it their turn to criticize my matters? As long as this little girl takes me as her adoptive father, I won't have to worry about my things falling into someone else's hands in the future. That's true. The ghost doctor's temperament is extremely good. If she can really become your little master, it will be a good thing for master. The old man smiled as he spoke. Then he glanced at him on the bed and hesitated for a moment before saying, However, in this subordinate's opinion, it won't be easy for the ghost doctor to acknowledge you as his foster father. It doesn't matter. It's good that you acknowledge me. Even if you don't, I'll use other ways to repay you for saving my life. He slowly closed his eyes and said, Help me lie down. Yes. The old man stepped forward and carefully helped him back to the bed to rest. When Feng Jiu returned to the Feng Manor, the white-clothed Mo Chan was already sitting in her courtyard. Seeing him, she was slightly surprised. You just left last night. Why did you come back so early in the morning? What's the matter? I was so engrossed in drinking and chatting last night that I forgot about the important matter. That's why I came over this morning to tell you about it. He poured tea and gestured for Feng Jiu to sit. The person who came to seek medical treatment was someone from the Yin family. That person has already died and was sent back a few days ago. I thought that you wouldn't understand the Yin family, so I wanted to remind you. Hearing this, Feng Jiu raised an eyebrow. That's the person that Lung Hua said had mutated? That's right, it wasn't mutation. He was poisoned by corpse poison. Corpse poison? Feng Jiu looked at him with surprise. What do you mean? Chapter 2191. His voice paused, and he glanced at her, slowly saying, the one who died was the son of the first wife of the Yin family. You have to be careful these days. I estimate that you've been facing one trouble after another recently. Hearing this, Feng Jiu sighed softly, one hand holding her cheek. I haven't provoked anyone recently, but why are these troublesome matters coming to me one after another? She looked at him, asking, didn't you say that you can help me a little by following me? Are you able to deal with these matters? Hearing this, Mo Chun chuckled. How can the forces you've provoked be ordinary? First it was the Temple of Dark Night, then it was the Five Poisons sect, and now it's the Yin family's corpse nurturing family. Not to mention the others, just any one of these three forces is not something an ordinary person can deal with. The Temple of Dark Night hasn't caused me any trouble recently. I estimate that after that place was destroyed by me, they're busy rebuilding it. The Five Poisons sect, on the other hand, I've heard that the Five Poisons sect's master's poison techniques are somewhat frightening. Only, I haven't fought with him before, and don't know how strong he is, so I can't guard against him. As for the Yin family, her voice paused, and she smiled. If they cause trouble for me because of this matter, then I naturally won't let them have an easy time. Saying this, she smiled. Right now, the master of the black market has already been cured of the poison. If the matter of the Five Poisons sect can be left to them to deal with themselves, then that's naturally the best. This way, I can also relax. Also, I plan to accompany my brother on a trip to the lower continents in a few days. You've also refined a 7th-level antidote. Mo Chen's gaze moved slightly. He didn't expect that she would actually be able to refine a 7th-level antidote. And they've all taken the 7th-level antidote. The poison in their bodies has been cured, but their internal injuries still need to be healed. She frowned, saying, I just don't know when the people of the Five Poisons sect will come knocking on my door. The people I've sent out have been investigating for so long, but they still haven't found their whereabouts. Even if they want to infiltrate the Five Poisons sect to investigate, there's no way. Hearing this, Mo Chen's expression changed, asking, You want to infiltrate the Five Poisons sect? Yes, she nodded. Although I wanted to leave this matter to the black market to deal with themselves, that black uncle's poison has been cured, but his body will need about a month to recover. If we meet again, there will be more problems, so I thought that if we can find out the truth, it would be better to make arrangements early. I'll go with you. What? She was startled and looked at him. He looked at her and said, I know where it is. I'll go with you. Where are we going? I'm going too. They followed the voice and saw Guan Shilin striding in. He sat down at their table and poured himself a cup of tea. Where did you say you were going? Count me in, I'll go too. Hearing this, Feng Jiu and Mo Chun looked at each other and smiled. She looked at Mo Chun and said, If that's the case, why don't we leave now? Okay. Mo Chun nodded. You still haven't told me where we're going? Guan Shilin asked from the side. Seeing the smiles on their faces, he felt a little strange. What were these two talking about? Why didn't he understand? We're going to one of the Five Poisons sect strongholds here. Mo Chun said with a smile, saying, I just don't know if the Five Poisons sect master will be there. Chapter 2192. The people of the Five Poisons sect had injured so many people of the Heavenly Pill building. Even if they destroyed a small base, it would not be enough to compensate for the deaths of the Phoenix Guards in that battle. All right, let's go. Mo Chun also stood up, flicked his robe, and asked, Do you need to make some arrangements here? It might take a day or two to go back and forth. Leave a few small beasts here, and let Lung Hua and Du Fan know what to do. Feng Jiu walked out, and the two people behind him looked at each other, then left as well. After giving instructions to Lung Hua and the others, Feng Jiu and the other two quietly left. They followed Mo Chun on their flying swords until they arrived at a valley in the evening. This is... Feng Jiu looked at the valley in surprise. If it were not for Mo-chan leading the way, she would not have been able to find such a steep and remote valley. The Five Poisons sect is a hidden force. I don't know where Zhongjin is, but this place is where they gather when they are active outside. I also found out by chance that even if the sect master of the Five Poisons sect is not here, there will definitely be traces of the 12 poison envoys under him. However, they're all very good at using poison, so you all have to be careful. As he spoke, he took out a black cloak from the space and tied it around his body, covering his conspicuous white robe. Only then did he lead them inside. There is a formation here. Guan Shilin followed them, and also noticed that there was a formation protecting this place. Not only is there a formation, there's also a poisonous fog inside. And Mo-chan, who was at the front, said without even turning her head. After she led them out of the formation, they saw a dense fog. At this time, the sky had already darkened, and it was difficult to see clearly in the darkness. The three of them stopped here. Feng Jiu handed them a detoxification pill and gave it to them before continuing to walk forward. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, they came to the edge of the cliff. Looking down, they could only see faint flickering lights. Feng Jiu and Guan Shilin couldn't help but be slightly surprised. They didn't expect to see such a scene inside. So they were hiding at the bottom of the valley. No wonder we couldn't find them. Feng Jiu suddenly said, "This place is surrounded by mountains and fog. It is indeed a good place to hide, but how are we going to get down? If we fly down on our swords, we might be noticed by them." "There's a staircase over there," Mo-chan said. He then said to the two of them, "Restrain your auras and follow me." The two of them nodded and retracted their auras. They quietly followed behind him until they reached the bottom of the valley and saw two groups of people patrolling in the night. "Avoid them. We'll go around them from the back," Mo-chan said in a low voice as he led them to the other side. When they arrived at a courtyard, they saw a middle-aged man with a broken arm talking to a few other people. "I will not let the people from the Heavenly Pill building off. That Guan Shilin who broke my arm, I will definitely tear him to pieces." As he spoke, he clenched his fist and slammed it heavily on the table. Chapter 2193. They raised their wine bowls and clinked them together, shouting cheers, and downed the wine in one gulp. After downing the wine, they put down their wine cups. Some of them ate side dishes, some poured wine, and some said, "Master's 10,000 poisonous hands has reached the final stage. We can't let anything happen in the next few days." "What are you worried about? This place is so secluded, and we, the 8 poison emissaries, are guarding this place. How could anything happen?" one of them said as he ate with his chopsticks. "That's right. With the strength of the 8 of us and so many people guarding this place, even a mosquito wouldn't be able to fly in." The 4 people inside chatted. In the shadows, Feng Jiu and the other 2 made a hand signal and quietly retreated. After they arrived at a safe place, Feng Jiu's eyes flashed. She lowered her voice and said, "I didn't think that the 5 Venoms sect master would actually be here. Furthermore, his 10,000 poisons hands is already at the final juncture." Those 4 people said that the 8 poison emissaries are guarding this place. It seems that other than the 4 people drinking there, the other 4 must be guarding the place where the 5 poison sect master cultivates. Guan Shilin also lowered his voice and said, "It seems that we came at the right time." Mo-chan smiled and looked at the 2 people. "Don't alert the enemy. Let's search in secret first. Finding the place where the 5 poison sect master cultivates is the most important thing. How about we capture one person and interrogate him?" Guan Shilin asked. "It's no use," Feng Jiu and Mo-chan said at the same time. They looked at each other and said to Guan Shilin, "The people of the 5 poison sect are all poisoned. It's very difficult to get information from them. If we capture someone, there's a risk of being exposed. It's better to search in secret." "That's right," Mo-chan nodded. "This place is not very big. If the 3 of us split up and search, it should not be difficult to find the location of the 5 Venom sect master. However, we cannot act alone when searching for someone. We must discuss this before making any plans." "All right," the 2 of them agreed. After discussing where to meet up after a while, They each chose a direction to search in. At this moment, it was deep into the night. Although the people in a mountain valley were patrolling, no one had noticed that 3 people had quietly snuck in. Even the 4 great poison envoys, who were drinking and chatting, did not expect that the people they were talking about would discover this place. Moreover, they had already entered this place without their knowledge. The 3 of them were considered powerful, and coupled with the fact that they had concealed their auras, not to mention the poison envoys, the patrolling poison sect guards were even more unable to discover them. However, it wasn't easy to find the hiding place of the 5 poison sects sect master in the courtyards built in the valley. After searching for a while, they still couldn't find him. It wasn't until close to midnight that Guan Shilin had to pee and went to the back of the courtyards against the mountain to relieve himself. Who would have thought that with a casual glance, he would discover a cave residence? After relieving himself, he quietly approached and saw that it was pitch black in front of him. There were lights everywhere, but none here. However, there was a cave at the foot of the mountain. In front of the cave, there were 2 middle-aged men in black robes sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed. Chapter 2194. Moreover, there was still a distance of about 100 meters from the cave in front of the barrier. Fortunately, there was this distance. Otherwise, he would definitely be discovered if he were to relieve himself in front of the cave. There was no barrier anywhere else, but there was one here, and there were people guarding it. Moreover, there wasn't even a single lamp lit. It could be seen that the 5 Venoms sect master was definitely inside. He quietly retreated, returning to the agreed-upon place to wait. Not long after, he saw Emo-chun and Fengjiu arrive one after the other. He beckoned to the 2, and when the 2 came closer, he lowered his voice and said, "I found the place where the 5 Venoms sect master is hiding." Fengjiu's gaze moved when he heard this, asking, "Where?" Guan Shilin pointed forward, saying, "It's in front of the cave, but there's a barrier there. Moreover, I only saw 2 poison envoys guarding outside the cave, but I didn't see the other 2. If we break the barrier and enter, we will definitely alarm everyone. What should we do now? 2 hands can't fight 4 fists. Aren't you also very good at poison? How about we give them some poison?" Emo-chan looked at Fengjiu and said. Hearing this, Fengjiu's mouth twitched, and he glanced at him. This person had the appearance of a banished immortal, but when it came to scheming, he was even more vicious than her, directly saying to use poison. "No, poison may not be effective against these people," she said slowly, saying, "The people of the poison sect are more sensitive to the smell of medicine and poison than normal people. Whether it's using medicine or poison on them, it's not appropriate." She pondered, saying, "I have an idea." "What idea?" The 2 looked at her. "Creating a diversion," Fengjiu said, using a diversion tactic to divert their attention. She looked at the 2, saying, "The 3 of us will split into 2 teams. One team will divert their attention, and the other team will be the main attack. The lives of the others are secondary, but it's best if we use this opportunity to kill the 5 Venoms sect master. Otherwise, if he succeeds in cultivating his extremely powerful poison arts, it will indeed cause serious casualties." Hearing this, Guan Shilin said, "Xiaojiu, how about this? I will divert their attention. You and Emo-chan will be the main attackers to deal with the 5 poison sect master. I feel that if we divert their attention, at most 1 or 2 poison envoys will come towards us. They will most likely go to guard the 5 poison sect master in the cave dwelling. Therefore, you must be extremely careful." "Yeah, I think what he said makes sense. As the main attacker, we have to face more danger. We have to be prepared." Emo-chan nodded and looked at Guan Shilin. "But don't be careless. The people here are all experts in using poison. Don't get poisoned by them." "I know. Xiaojiu asked me to take the antidote pill. Normal poisons can't do anything to me. As for other things, I'll be careful." He nodded. "Okay, then it's decided," Fengjiu said, looking at Guan Shilin. "Brother, you have to be careful. If you can't beat them, run." Hearing this, Guan Shilin smiled. "Okay, I know. Let's go. I'll take you there first, then we'll act according to the situation." He brought the 2 of them to the cave abode they had discovered. After arriving at the cave abode, The few of them discussed in low voices for a while before splitting up. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, Guanxilin lit fires all over the valley. The blazing fire lit up the entire valley as if it was daytime. In an instant, as the fire burned in the valley, the originally tranquil valley was filled with screams and curses. Chapter 2195. Damn it! How could there be a fire? Quickly put out the fire. Amidst the shouts and curses, the 4 people who were drinking in the courtyard quickly came out to take a look. When they saw the raging fire all around the valley, they were shocked. How could there be a fire for no reason? Could it be that someone has snuck in? The 4 people were shocked. One of them grabbed a poison guard who was running in front of him and asked, "What's going on? How could there be a fire? Did someone break in?" "Poison envoy, we didn't find anyone breaking in. However, there are flames all around. Someone has already gone to check." The man was just speaking when he was suddenly interrupted by a voice. "Ha ha ha! So this is your lair. This fire makes me, your Grandpa Guan, feel so good." A sudden burst of laughter rang out in the night, startling everyone, especially the middle-aged man with the broken arm. When he heard this voice, he stared in the direction of the voice in disbelief. On top of a protruding rock in the valley, a well-built figure was standing there with a long saber in his hand. He raised his head and laughed loudly. The provocative words and the deafening laughter caused the poison envoy with the broken arm to boil with rage. "It's you, Guanxilin. You actually dare to come here. You're here to die." The middle-aged poison envoy shouted angrily. His voice carried the aura of spiritual power, clearly spreading in the night. "He's the Guanxilin who cut off your arm?" The 3 people next to him looked at the figure standing on top of the valley in astonishment. Under the light of the fire, the figure was very conspicuous. He looked to be no more than 20 years old. How could such a person have reached the martial god realm? "It's him," the one-armed poison envoy said through gritted teeth. "Since he dared to come here, we'll capture him and use him to test our new poison." One of them said sinisterly, staring at the figure of Guanxilin. The man who had been silent all this time looked at the surrounding fire and suddenly had a bad feeling. He said, "How did this person know about this place? He shouldn't have come here alone. Could he have other accomplices?" Hearing this, the other 3 people were startled. "How about this? You 2 go and deal with that Guanxilin. The 2 of us will go and check on Master. If there is nothing wrong, we will rush back to help." "All right." Hearing this, no one objected. They responded and went their separate ways. The poison envoy with the broken arm and the other poison envoy gathered their chi and headed towards Guanxilin. The other 2 went to the cave behind him. "Guanxilin, how dare you come here? Today, I won't let you leave." The one-armed poison envoy flicked his sleeve, and several hidden weapons shot out toward Guanxilin. At the same time, he stretched out his hand, and a long sword appeared in his hand. With a surge of spiritual power, the sword aura shot out, and a cold, killing intent instantly enveloped the area. "Ah ha ha!" Guanxilin raised his head and laughed. His laughter suddenly stopped, and he stared at him fiercely. "I let you escape last time. Today I, your Grandpa Guan, will take your life." As he spoke, his chi surged, and he waved the saber in his hand, forming a protective shield in front of him. Clang, 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 clang. Chapter 2196. Seeing this, the other poison envoy narrowed his eyes viciously. "Martial, god level, I didn't expect you to be so capable." He stared at Guanxilin and said, "Let me fight you." As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hands, and 2 scimitars appeared in his hands. With a surge of spiritual power, his figure swept out like a ghost and slashed at Guanxilin at lightning speed. Whoosh! Clang! Whoosh whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 figures fought back and forth in extremely fast speed. One was at the martial god level, and the other was at the celestial sage level. Both of them were equal in strength, but it seemed that Guanxilin's fighting strength was slightly better. After all, he had improved his fighting strength by steadily gaining experience in the outside world, while his opponent was a poison envoy who mainly used poison. Although his cultivation of spiritual power had reached the celestial sage level, His fighting strength was naturally incomparable to Guan Shilin's. Clang! The two blades collided with each other, emitting a sonorous sound. A powerful airflow burst out from their bodies, causing their robes to flutter in the wind. Guan Shilin continued to increase the strength of the scimitar in his hand, causing the poison envoy to be unable to bear the pressure and gradually retract his scimitar. Sweat oozed from his forehead, and he gritted his teeth. He wanted to free one hand, but he couldn't block the pressure from his opponent with one hand. At this moment, the one-armed poison envoy attacked from behind and was about to launch a sneak attack. At this moment, Guan Shilin pressed his scimitar down and lifted his foot to kick his opponent. As he kicked him, he waved the scimitar in his hand and directly swept it across. "Huh!" He shouted in a low voice and waved his scimitar. When the scimitar was waved, a fierce chi of saber force attacked. The poison envoy blocked the attack with his scimitars, but the chi of saber force still cut a deep wound on his body. Hiss! He sucked in a breath of air, and his body suddenly retreated, falling from the air. He half knelt on the ground with one leg and used the saber to support his body. He looked down at the saber wound on his chest and felt that he couldn't exert any strength. He hurriedly took out some medicine and applied it on his wound. In the air, after swinging his saber, Guan Shilin turned around to attack the one-armed poison envoy. His opponent only had one hand, and his old injury had not healed yet, so he was no match for Guan Shilin. Soul-chasing slash. Guan Shilin let out a loud shout as he waved the saber in his hand. Several saber energies whizzed out from the saber and slashed towards the one-armed poison envoy. "Damn it! You!" The poison envoy was shocked when he saw this. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. He managed to avoid two of the saber chi, but he could not avoid the last one. He felt a chill on his neck, and with a swoosh sound, his head was chopped off and sent flying. Seeing this, the poison envoy below who was applying medicine to stop the bleeding revealed a shocked expression. The medicine bottle in his hand fell to the ground, and he didn't bother to pick it up. He immediately shouted to the surrounding poison guards, "Go! All of you attack! Kill him!" As for himself, he retreated step by step towards the cave where his master was in seclusion. Too awesome. That damn Guan Shilin was too awesome. With that kind of amazing fighting strength, I'm afraid that even if 3 or 4 people joined forces, they wouldn't be his match. Damn it. He never knew that a martial god-level cultivator's fighting strength could be so amazing. When he thought about how the head had been cut off so suddenly, without even a chance to scream or escape, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Chapter 2197. His heart was flustered and filled with fear as he walked towards the cave. However, before he could even get close, he froze. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at the scene in front of him. He saw that the enchantment that had been protecting the cave had already been broken. In front of him, a handsome man dressed in white robes, who looked like a banished immortal, was dealing with 3 poison envoys. What shocked him was that the man was actually handling the attacks of the 3 poison envoys with ease. On the ground, one poison envoy had already been killed. The 3 poison envoys had joined forces, but they could not even touch the man's sleeves. In just a few moves, another poison envoy had been killed by the man in white with a single slash of his sword. Looking at the fallen poison envoy and the remaining 2 poison envoys fearfully taking a step back and staring at the man in white, he could not help but hesitate for a moment. Go up? Looking at the situation, going up would only result in death. It would be better to stay here and observe the situation first. Thus, after making up his mind, the injured poison envoy hid in a dark corner and watched. "Who are you? What grudges do you have with our 5 poison sect? You actually want to interfere in the matter between us and the Heavenly Pill building?" One of the poison envoys shouted sternly as he stared viciously at the banished, immortal-like man. Emo-chan had one hand behind his back while the other pointed at his sword. His gaze was calm as he looked at the 2 of them. In a warm voice, he said, "I have no grudges with you. However, you've provoked someone you shouldn't have provoked." "Someone we shouldn't have provoked? Are you referring to the Heavenly Pill Building's ghost Dr. Fengjiu?" or the master of the black market? The poison envoy asked with a frown. The corners of Mo Chin's lips curled up. You're about to die. What's the use of asking so many questions? As soon as his voice fell, the white figure instantly swept out. A powerful pressure instantly filled the air. The two poison envoys were shocked by his pressure, and their bodies seemed to freeze in that moment. They could not move at all. However, in that short moment, they had already lost their lives. Bang, bang. The two figures widened their eyes in horror as their bodies fell straight to the ground. As dignified celestial saints, they were actually suppressed by the other party's aura. To be able to suppress them, this person's strength was far above them. Seeing the two figures fall, the poison envoy, who was peeking from 100 meters away, could not help but cover his mouth. He looked at the immortal-like man in shock. When he saw the man glance in his direction, he could not help but shiver. He turned around and endured the injuries on his body as he quickly fled for his life. It was too terrifying. It was too terrifying. With that kind of strength, who would dare to fight against him? Mo Chan watched as the poison envoy fled, but he didn't give chase. In his opinion, there was nothing to be afraid of. Since they had escaped, so be it. Now, it was better to go in and see if Fengju needed help. Thus, in order to prevent those poison guards from entering, he stretched out his hand and set up a formation to block them. Only then did he stride inside. When he arrived inside, he was surprised to see two corpses lying on the ground. Looking inside, he could no longer see Fengju's figure. Thus, he continued to walk inside. He was aware of her strength. Dealing with these people would not be a problem. However, he was a little uneasy about dealing with the five-poison sect master. Inside, Fengju pushed open the last door and saw the figure sitting cross-legged in the cave. That person also opened his eyes when she pushed open the door. His gaze, filled with hostility, swept towards her. Ghost Dr. Fengju. Chapter 2198. The person who came was dressed in a red dress. Her aura was restrained, yet she exuded a noble and lazy aura. Her beautiful face was the portrait of Ghost Dr. Fengju that his subordinate had shown him. This person was Ghost Dr. Fengju. However, even he did not expect that she would dare to sneak in here. Fengju extended her hand, and the azure-edged sword instantly appeared. The tip of the sword pointed to the ground. She stared at the five venoms sect master who was surrounded by a black aura and curled her lips. Looks like I came at the right time. As her voice fell, the red figure swept forward. As her clothes fluttered, the azure-edged sword pierced towards the person who was sitting cross-legged with lightning speed. Before the tip of the sword touched the five venoms sect master, the aura of the sword tip had already attacked. The aura of the aura visible to the naked eye was shocking and murderous. However, this aura of the sword aura was blocked by a black aura. The two auras, one green and one black, intertwined. With a bang, the aura of the aura dispersed and disappeared into the air. When the two auras dispersed and disappeared, the azure-edged sword in Fengju's hand pierced forward. The five venoms sect master who was sitting cross-legged moved his hands. The black aura coiled up and his hands quickly caught Fengju's long sword, using the strength of his hands to block the azure-edged sword that was piercing forward. Fengju wanted to stab the azure-edged sword another inch forward, but she was unable to move it. On the contrary, under her strength and the five venoms sect master's obstruction, the two auras repelled each other and the sword gradually bent. The hand holding the sword trembled. The strength was so great that she could not pull the sword out even if she wanted to. She had the strength of a celestial saint, and her profound strength cultivation had long reached the martial god level. However, the opponent's strength was above hers. He had the strength of a venerable immortal. Moreover, he had the strength of a peak venerable immortal. This strength was one stage lower than hers. In terms of strength and pressure, he suppressed her, causing her to be unable to gain the upper hand. She only saw the five venoms sect master's hands that were surrounded by aura slowly turn. In the next moment, the aura suddenly became stronger, and with a bang, it heavily struck her. In She let out a muffled groan and retreated several meters before stabilizing her footing. She felt the blood and chi surging in her chest, and a trace of blood rushed up to her throat and overflowed from the corner of her mouth. She wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth and frowned slightly as she stared at the five venoms sect master. She felt the hand holding the sword tremble slightly and the web between her thumb and index finger go numb. The strength of a peak immortal venerable couldn't be underestimated. Just one strike was enough to cause the blood and chi in her body to surge. The hand holding the sword trembled slightly. It was no wonder that the black uncle would fall into the hands of the five venoms sect master and almost lose his life. Not only was that man extremely powerful, but he was also covered in poison. It seemed that if he didn't get rid of them today, they would become a huge problem in the future. A mere celestial sage wants to fight me? Huh, Fengjiu, you've got guts. The five venoms sect master, who was sitting cross-legged, narrowed his eyes and stared at Fengjiu. As he spoke, he brushed his sleeves and stood up. In the beginning of the battle between the two, he had firmly held the upper hand and did not suffer any losses. However, he was interrupted in the middle of his cultivation, causing his vicious aura to surge and poison aura to surge around his body. A black aura surged out from his body along with his aura, filling the entire cave. If it wasn't for Fengjiu's body that was immune to poison, he probably wouldn't even have the chance to fight. Chapter 2199. Immediately, she mobilized the chi in her body and changed her pace. The azure sword in her hand once again attacked forward. The five venoms sect master flicked his sleeve and went forward. He did not hold any weapon in his hand and only used the wind from his sleeve as a blade. With a flick of his sleeve, a strong chi flow blocked Fengjiu's incoming sword. His palm struck forward. Xiao. A chi flow attacked with a xiao sound. Accompanied by a black gas, it instantly attacked Fengjiu. Fengjiu quickly dodged to the side. That chi flow swept past her and landed on the wall behind her. It melted the wall and created a cave. Seeing this scene, her heart sank. She stared at him with a serious expression. What a powerful poison technique. Not only was his body covered in poison, the chi flow that attacked also contained poison. If she was hit, it would be difficult to preserve her life. Fengjiu, there's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you insist on entering. Today, this sovereign wants to see how you will survive. A gloomy voice sounded. His gaze was filled with hostility as he stared at the extremely dazzling beauty in red. Suddenly, he revealed a strange smile. No, killing you is really too much a pity. Such a beautiful woman. If she would be this sovereign's concubine in bed, I would definitely be in ecstasy. Hearing this, Fengjiu's gaze turned cold. Her ice-cold eyes stared at the five venoms sect master. She sneered, "Keep on dreaming." Her body speed increased in an instant. Her footsteps were ethereal and strange. She spun the azure sword in her hand and channeled the spirit force in her palm. With a hoo sound, the life flame sprang up from the sword blade. The scarlet flame and the azure sword chi fused together as if they had become one. Xiao, who? The sword's shadow swept out with flames. The swift and fierce chi flow was like a fire dragon surging violently. It was also like a ferocious tiger pouncing forward. It rushed towards the five venoms sect master at a speed that was too fast for the ears to cover. That sword came too quickly, breaking through his defenses and aiming for a fatal spot on his body. In that instant, in order to avoid the fatal spot, he used both his hands to summon chi to try and catch the incoming sword. But who would have thought that before his palms could get close, they would be blasted away by the green-edged sword chi, and he would be burned by the flames on the sword blade. As he staggered back, the sword stabbed into his shoulder, and the icy cold sword chi mixed with the scorching hot flames instantly spread from the wound to his entire body, causing him to suck in a breath of cold air. He endured the pain from the ice and fire and sent his palm forward, releasing poison gas. In order to avoid that palm, Feng Jiao turned the sword that had pierced his shoulder, dug a hole in his shoulder, and pulled it out. Damn it! He cursed angrily. He didn't need to look to know that blood was gushing out from his shoulder. He immediately raised his hand and pressed on the surrounding pressure points to stop the bleeding. Because he was injured, a vicious aura spread out. The black figure turned into a black smoke and rushed towards Feng Jiao. She only saw black smoke in front of her, but she couldn't see the figure of the Five Venoms sect master. It was also at this moment that she suddenly felt a cold, killing intent enveloping her. But at that moment, she couldn't even tell where the killing intent came from. Be careful! Mo Chen's voice entered her ears. Immediately after, she felt her waist being hugged by someone. Her body spun and left her original place. When she steadied herself, she saw a black figure rushing out from the black smoke. Beside her was Mo Chen, who was dressed in white. Chapter 2200. I'm fine. She shook her head and said, The Five Venoms sect master has run away. Let's chase after him. With that, she quickly rushed outside. Seeing that she was fine, Mo Chen glanced at the cave and then chased after her. When the Five Venoms sect master rushed outside, he saw that the poison envoys guarding the cave had been killed one by one. When he exited the cave, he saw flames soaring into the sky. The flames illuminated more than half of the valley, and he could hear the sounds of battle in the distance. Seeing this scene, the chi and blood in his body surged. His hands clenched into fists, and he raised his head and roared, Feng Jiao! A mere woman dared to make an enemy out of him. A mere woman. She dared to destroy his poison valley. She killed so many of his poison envoys. At this moment, his heart was filled with hatred. He did not try to escape, but turned around and stared at the exit of the cave. She dared to kill his poison envoys. She dared to destroy his poison valley. He would make her suffer a fate worse than death. When Feng Jiao and Mo Chen chased after him, they saw him standing there, staring at them with a gloomy face. Seeing him, Mo Chen's gaze moved slightly, and he secretly sized him up. Seeing that the poison envoys were strong and murderous, he could not help but pull back Feng Jiao, who was about to step forward. Don't be rash, you're still not his match. As he spoke, he pulled her back and said, His strength is at the peak of a mortal venerable, and unlike his subordinates, he has rich battle experience. You must not be careless. If we don't get rid of this person, he will become a great threat, Feng Jiao said with a frown. Staring at the Five Venoms sect master in front of them, he said to Mo Chen, It is indeed difficult for me to gain the upper hand against him. His poison arts are very powerful. Even stone walls can be dissolved and corroded. If we are hit, the consequences will be unthinkable. If we want to kill him on the spot, we can only have a chance of winning if we join hands. While the two of them were speaking in low voices, the Five Venoms sect master's gaze swept past Feng Jiao and landed on Mo Chen, who was dressed in white and looked like an immortal. He narrowed his eyes. And who are you? Tian Jizi's disciple, Mo Chen. As he spoke, his calm gaze landed on the Five Poison sect master. Hearing this, the Five Poison sect master sneered. I have no grudges with Tian Jizi. Since you are his disciple, why are you involved in this matter? Could it be that he's taken a fancy to this Feng Jiao and wants to win a smile from her? Hearing these words, Mo Chen smiled and slowly walked forward. I've heard that the Five Poison sect master's poison arts can be said to be unparalleled. Today, I'd like to see if it is truly as powerful as the rumors say. As he spoke, his figure flashed and moved towards the Five Poison sect master at an extremely fast speed. Feng Jiao stood to the side and watched. When she saw that Mo Chen's aura was that of a peak ultimate venerable, she could not help but be slightly surprised. Normally, he would restrain his aura, so she thought that his strength was not so strong. She did not expect him to have the strength of a peak immortal venerable. Many cultivators had to be over 100 years old, or even a few hundred years old before they could have the strength of an immortal venerable. But he, at such a young age, already had such a heaven-defying cultivation base. Saying that her strength was already abnormal, she felt that the strength of the people around her was truly heaven-defying. After all, her current cultivation base was not only due to her profound spiritual body, but also due to the assistance of medicinal pills. But they had steadily increased their strength from one stage to the next. Chapter 2201. The air was filled with the powerful aura of a venerable immortal. That aura was heavy and oppressive. If she did not have the protection of the ancient aura, she probably would not have been able to withstand the powerful aura of two venerable immortals. Bang! Bang bang! The air current on the ground fell. She saw the venerable poison master's palm strike, and a hole appeared in the ground due to the corrosion. She raised her eyes and saw that the honorable poison master had several wounds on his body as he fought with Mo-chan. Because of the wound on his shoulder, his complexion was somewhat unsightly. Moreover, the more they fought, the more chaotic his aura became. If nothing unexpected happened, Mo-chan should be able to defeat him very quickly. Thinking of this, she felt relieved. Although his strength was comparable to Mo-chan's fighting strength was getting stronger and stronger. It was not a problem for Mo-chan to suppress him. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would not have known that he had such strength. Xiaojiao. Mo-chan raised her head and looked towards the source of the voice. She saw Guan Shilin, who was covered in blood, walking towards her with a broadsword in his hand. At this moment, the sect leader of the Five Venoms sect was sent flying by Mo-chan's palm. His figure retreated towards Guan Shilin. Seeing this, Mo-chan was shocked and quickly shouted, "Dad!" Guan Shilin saw that person retreating towards him and immediately swung his saber towards that person without thinking. After all, in this place, other than Fengjiu and Mo-chan, everyone else could be killed. The biting cold chi of the saber force brought along a swift and fierce chi as it whizzed out, attacking the Five Venoms sect master. The Five Venoms sect master, who was retreating, sensed the murderous intent coming from behind him. Seeing Feng Jiu's nervous expression, he immediately sneered, and his figure quickly turned back. After seeing clearly who had come, he dodged his attack. At the same time, he stretched out his hand to grab his neck. "Brother!" Feng Jiu's heart skipped a beat. Without a second thought, she gathered her chi and rushed forward. Because her speed was not as fast as the other party, she immediately raised the Qing Feng sword in her hand and sent it flying out with a swift and fierce chi, piercing towards the hand that was grabbing her brother's neck. Guan Shilin, on the other hand, felt his entire body stiffen in that instant. He was shrouded by a powerful pressure and was unable to move. He could only watch as the man revealed a sinister smile that was filled with murderous intent. He watched as the man's dark purple hand reached for his neck. The aura of death enveloped him in that instant. But at that moment, he did not have the slightest ability to resist. Ever since he entered the martial god realm and had been training outside to increase his strength, this was the first time he had encountered such a powerful opponent. The other party's mere pressure was enough to suppress him and render him unable to move. The strength of this person's strength made his heart tremble involuntarily. He had originally thought that he was strong enough to protect himself and the people he wanted to protect. However, he did not expect that there would always be someone stronger. With his strength, he could deal with cultivators who were on par with him, but against a strong person who was so much stronger than him, he did not even have the chance to resist. However, he wasn't willing to be killed just like that, and was even more unwilling to watch this scene unfold before his eyes. Thus, the fury in his heart caused the profound energy aura in his body to surge violently like a broken dam, slamming against his heart. The unwillingness and strong willpower in his heart caused the battle intent in his body to surge forth, attacking his bound body again and again. Chapter 2202. Xiao. The swift and fierce sword pierced over with a xiao sound, causing the hand that was reaching for his throat to be forcibly pulled back to avoid the azure edge sword that was flying over. However, when the azure edge sword flew past, his hand once again attacked. This time, it carried the determination to win. One could even see the sinister light in his eyes and the bloodthirsty smile at the corner of his mouth. In his ears, he heard his sister Fengjio's panic cries. In his body, a surging battle intent and a powerful, profound energy aura suddenly surged. Like the waves of the ocean, it instantly stirred up 1,000 layers of waves. At the same time, a powerful battle intent and profound energy aura suddenly surged out from his body. A visible stream of air, carrying a dazzling light, suddenly burst forth and attacked the five poisoned sect master who was attacking him. At the same time, his body moved, and he quickly avoided the hand that was about to grab him. He raised a large saber in his hand and waved it. Whoosh! The large saber flew out with a saber aura. The saber chopped towards the five poisoned sect master with a force that was too fast for one to cover one's ears. It chopped off the hand that the five poisoned sect master had not been able to pull back in time. Hiss! Ah! A mournful voice filled with disbelief rang out. In that instant, it soared into the sky. A powerful, venerable immortal's aura was released from that miserable scream. It pervaded the entire valley and shook the ground. I thought a hand flew out. Because of the force, it spun a few times in the air before falling to the ground. The five poisoned sect master held his chopped-off arm and quickly retreated. At this moment, he was close to madness. Because the air around his body was like a deflated balloon, hissing sounds were heard. His poison technique dispersed from the cut on his arm, causing his face to be pale and bloodless. Seeing this scene, Fengjio was stunned. She stopped moving and looked on in disbelief. Her brother had actually chopped off the five poisoned sect master's right hand by accident, and this right hand was where his life gate was located. Looking at the five venom sect master's poison arts dissipating, as well as his face of disbelief and rage, how could she not know that this blade had almost destroyed him? She reckoned that even if he was lucky enough to escape from their hands, it would be very difficult for him to cultivate the poison arts again. Seeing this scene, Emo-chan was also stunned. He glanced at Guan Shilin, who was surging with battle intent. Who would have thought that the sect master of the five poisoned sect, a pinnacle immortal venerate, would have his Achilles heel severed by a single slash from Dumbo? Moreover, the sect master's Achilles heel was on his right hand. If Guan Shilin had not chopped off his hand, it would have been difficult for him to discover that his Achilles heel was in such a place. Compared to their stupefied expressions, Guan Shilin was filled with fighting spirit. His battle instincts were screaming for him to wield his sword and fight with all his might. Therefore, he did not think about anything else at this moment. All he wanted to do was to get rid of the person in front of him. Soul-chasing slash. He suddenly moved forward and waved the saber in his hand. His profound chi aura surged, and with the chi of the saber, he viciously chopped down at the five poisons sect master. The five poisons sect master's eyes were red. The air around his body surged and blew his hair loose. After dodging the attack, he roared at Guan Shilin. "I'm going to kill you. Kill you." Whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 2203. Brother, be careful. Fengjio shouted. Seeing the five poison sect master madly attacking her brother, she immediately rushed forward, wanting to pull him back. But at this moment, who would have thought that the five poison sect master, who was originally attacking her brother, would suddenly turn around and charge towards her at an extremely fast speed? Fengjio, be careful. Xiaojio. When Emo-chan and Guan Shilin saw this scene, their hearts couldn't help but jump. Without thinking, they rushed forward. However, no matter how fast the two of them were, they couldn't be faster than the sect master of the five poisons, who was only a few steps away from Fengjio. Seeing the sinister smile of the sect master of the five poisons' crazed face, Fengjio's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, I've been tricked. The five poisons' main target wasn't her brother, but her. However, even though she was vigilant, the speed at which the other party suddenly rushed towards her was too fast. In addition, she had already increased her speed to begin with. Under the force of the impact, she couldn't stop or retreat even if she wanted to. In the blink of an eye, the sect master of the five poisons had already flashed to her side and grabbed her by the throat. His ice-cold hand was still stained with blood. His wet hand was strangling her throat, making her feel especially uncomfortable. Because he was strangling her so tightly, she couldn't breathe. She couldn't help but stand on her tiptoes to relieve the suffocating feeling. Xiaojiao, let her go. Guan Shilin and Mo Chun came to the side of the two people, one in front and one behind. However, Feng Jiao's throat was already clasped. Her life was in the hands of the sect master of the 5 poisons, so the two of them didn't dare to make the slightest movement. They were afraid that the sect master of the 5 poisons would hurt Feng Jiao. Stop! Both of you stop. If you dare come any closer, I'll break her neck. The 5 Venoms sect master shouted in a gloomy voice. He tightened his grip on Feng Jiao's neck, causing Mo Chun and Guan Shilin's hearts to skip a beat. The two of them stopped and looked at Feng Jiao, who was being held captive. They were anxious, but there was nothing they could do about the situation. As long as they made the slightest movement, the 5 Venoms sect master would definitely kill her before they made a move. Feng Jiao frowned slightly. This feeling of being under someone else's control was terrible. The hand that was tightly gripping her neck did not loosen at all. It was as if she moved, he would break her neck. Being under someone else's control, even she did not dare to act rashly. Ha ha! The leader of the 5 Venoms sect laughed maniacally. He stared at Mo Chun and Guan Shilin with a vicious and bloodthirsty gaze. If you dare to follow me, I will kill her. Don't challenge my patience. As he spoke, he grabbed Feng Jiao tightly with both hands and dragged her away. With a leap, he quickly disappeared into the night with her. What do we do? Guan Shilin was extremely anxious. He wanted to chase, but he was worried that he would harm Feng Jiao. He could not help but look at Mo Chun. Mo Chun's eyes darkened. He looked in the direction that the two of them had disappeared and frowned. He said slowly, "Let's wait. The 5 Venoms sect master's right arm was cut off by you. His martial arts are leaking out. I think, as long as there's a chance, Feng Jiao should be able to escape from his hands." Then we won't chase? Guan Shilin asked worriedly. The 5 Venoms sect master looks murderous. I also cut off his arm. I'm worried that he will vent his anger on Xiaojiao. Chapter 2204. On the other side, Feng Jiao, who had been abducted, had her major acupoints sealed and her spiritual energy and aura sealed. After leaving the valley, she saw the Honorable Poison Master take out a transportation scroll and knock her unconscious, bringing her along with him, instantly disappearing into the forest of the valley. In a cave, in front of the one-armed 5 Venoms sect master, there were more than 10 bottles and jars. With one hand, he poured the medicine into a stone bowl in front of him and mixed it inside. Finally, he took out a medicine bottle and poured it into the stone bowl. What came out of the bottle was fresh blood. That fresh blood and various medicines mixed together and gradually condensed. He revealed a strange smile and turned the medicine inside into a red pill the size of an elixir. Picking up that pill, he laughed sinisterly, his laughter filled with madness and viciousness. Ghost Doctor, I'll let you have a taste of the Honorable Poison Master's power. His blood-red eyes looked at the red pill in his hand, and his sinister laughter came out of his mouth. That laughter was mixed with madness, causing people to tremble in fear. He took that pill and came to the unconscious Feng Jiao's side. Pinching open her mouth, he stuffed the pill in and then silently sat to one side, watching Feng Jiao's reaction. Feng Jiao was awoken by the pungent smell of blood. When she opened her eyes, she felt something strange in her mouth. She frowned and sat up, feeling a burning sensation in the blood vessels in her body. What did you feed me? She stared at the 5 Venoms sect master, who was sitting to one side, using a sinister gaze to stare at her. Her heart suddenly felt uneasy. At this moment, all of her major acupoints had been sealed and her spiritual energy and aura had been sealed. She was completely unable to mobilize it. In the profound energy and aura that she had never used before, she did not dare to reveal even the slightest bit, afraid that he would discover that there was another aura in her body. Right now, the only chance she had to escape from his hands was to take advantage of his unpreparedness. Only, she did not know what medicine he had fed her while she was unconscious. Even if she did not know what medicine it was, she knew that it was definitely not something good. What did you eat? Huh, you'll find out soon enough. He stared at her, his blood-red eyes glowing with a strange madness. Fengjiu frowned. The temperature of her blood seemed to be rising. It was a strange feeling, but other than that, there was nothing wrong with her body. She didn't know what the medicine was for, but why was the smell of blood in her throat so choking? What kind of blood was that? He reached out to grab her chin and said fiercely, Fengjiu, you've destroyed everything I had. If I were to kill you just like that, wouldn't that be letting you off too easily? Don't worry. I'll make you wish you were dead. Ha 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 ha. He waved his hand and strode out. At the same time, he raised his hand and set up a barrier at the entrance of the cave. With her acupoints sealed and her inability to use her spiritual energy, she was no different from a mortal. In her current state, a single barrier was enough to trap her. Fengjiu watched him leave and then looked around the cave. Chapter 22:05. All the major acupoints on her body had been sealed, and all the veins in her body seemed to be twisted together, making it difficult for her to exert any strength. Although all the acupoints in her body were sealed, she should be able to use her profound energy aura to break them open. However, her profound energy aura alone was unable to break them open. The profound energy aura in her body surged and rushed towards her acupoints. Sweat seeped out of her forehead due to the pain from the twisting veins and veins. The blood in her body, which was originally boiling hot after taking the medicine, started to boil. She clenched her teeth and surged all her profound energy aura. She felt the profound energy in her body rushing towards the sealed acupoints like a broken dam, breaking them open in one fell swoop. Phew! As the profound energy aura broke open her acupoints, she lightly exhaled and quickly adjusted the profound energy aura in her body. After feeling that all the acupoints in her body had been broken open, she then retracted her profound energy aura and placed her fingers on her wrist to check her pulse. With this check, her brows couldn't help but knit together. What exactly was this? How could it be like this? She retracted her hand and stood up. She didn't see the honorable poison master at the entrance of the cave, so she thought for a while in the cave. Her hand reached toward her thigh and felt that the dagger tide there was still there. She then returned to her original position and sat down. She could have escaped at this time, but she didn't want to. She wanted to take the honorable poison master's life and end it all. The current hurt was someone he couldn't guard against. As long as she found the right opportunity to strike, she believed that the honorable poison master would definitely die in her hands. If such a person were to escape, he would probably become a great enemy of the Heavenly Pill building in the future. And right now, it was the best time to get rid of him. After about an hour, the honorable poison master's figure appeared at the entrance of the cave. He glanced at Fengjiu, who was leaning against the wall, and sneered. He waved his hand to remove the enchantment and walked in. He sat down in a corner and took out a net bag and threw it to the side. Something was moving inside the bag, and there were all kinds of subtle noises. Hearing the noises and looking at the bag, Fengjiu guessed that there were some poisonous things in the bag. They should be scorpions, venomous snakes, spiders, and the like. Sure enough, the honorable poison master opened the bag and took out a poisonous snake. He pinched the snake's head with one hand and brought the snake close to his mouth to bite it. The poisonous snake's blood was sucked into his mouth. The blood in his mouth looked a bit ghastly. A venomous snake was sucked dry by him and tossed to the side like a dried snake. He reached into the bag again, and this time, he pulled out a rank one venomous spider. The venomous spider was about the size of a fist, and its 8 legs were covered in spikes. However, the venerable poison master tore off its 8 legs and tossed them aside. He then placed them into his mouth and bit them. As she listened to the crunching sounds coming from the cave, she couldn't help but be startled. Could it be that this venerable poison master feeds on poisons? Ordinary people would definitely die if they came in contact with these poisons, but he was able to mix them up and eat them raw without any problems. This could only mean that the poison in his body was even more poisonous than these poisons. Seeing that he had eaten a few things in a row, the bag was still moving. It was unknown what else was inside, but the Honorable Poison Master directly reached his hand into it and stopped moving. After a long while, he stretched out his hand and turned his palm upwards. The qi in his body began to circulate. Seeing him cultivate with his eyes closed, Fengjiu's eyes slightly moved. Chapter 2206. She abruptly pulled out her dagger and swiftly pounced forward. The dagger in her hand was suffused with a cold glint as she instantly pierced towards him. The Honorable Poison Master was just about to regulate his qi and stabilize his breathing when he suddenly sensed a murderous intent. His heart sank, and he abruptly opened his eyes to take a look. When he saw Fengjiu holding a dagger in her hand, shock surfaced in his eyes. How is this possible? He instinctively wanted to dodge, but the other party had even taken into account his dodging action. The dagger stabbed fiercely into his heart. He only heard the sound of the sharp blade piercing his body, and he couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Amen. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Not only was his vital point pierced, even his internal breathing had been disrupted and was currently running amok in his body. Yu. He clutched the wound on his chest, which was gushing out blood, as he looked at Fengjiu in disbelief. How could I possibly unseal all the major acupoints on my body? Or how could I possibly have profound energy in my body? Fengjiu sneered as she stared at him. The dagger in her hand twirled in her hand as she moved forward. Because I myself am of the profound spiritual body. My spiritual energy has been sealed, but I can still use my profound energy. Otherwise, how could I possibly kill you? The moment her voice fell, the dagger in her hand had already struck forward once again. This time round, the Honorable Poison Master was no longer caught unprepared. However, even though he was vigilant, the old injuries in his body had not yet healed, and there were new injuries in his heart. For a moment, his movements became slow, and his attack power was not as strong as he wished. The two of them exchanged more than 10 moves in the cave, and in the end, Feng Nine ended his life with a slash to his throat. You will not have a good ending. That Honorable Poison Master collapsed, and with his last breath, he still said this sentence. Until he breathed his last, his face still carried a strange smile, as if he was laughing at something. Seeing him collapse, Fengjiu heaved a sigh of relief as she walked forward and squatted down. She stretched out her hand, and after ascertaining that he was indeed dead, she then sat down on the ground. Looking at his strange smile, she felt even more uneasy in her heart. Just what kind of pill did he give her? What kind of symptoms would there be when the medicinal pill took effect? When she checked her meridians, she found that there were more than 10 different poisons in her body, and the one that worried her the most was the beast blood boiling in her blood. That was definitely not an ordinary beast's blood. Right now, the symptoms had not shown up yet because the poison in his body was restraining each other. This made it even more troublesome. She sat on the ground and panted lightly. After adjusting her mood, she put away all the things on his body. Then, she went to check the empty bottles one by one. Finally, she picked up the bottle that still contained the beast blood. She brought the bottle close to her nose and took a sniff. The fishy smell was extremely strong. Moreover, there was an extremely powerful aura in the fishy smell. Her heart skipped a beat when she smelled the fishy smell and felt the aura. What would happen when it flared up? She kept everything properly and took out the corpse-dissolving water to melt the Honorable Poison Master's body. Only then did she walk out of the cave. If her brother had not chopped off the Honorable Poison Master's right hand and destroyed his life gate of poison, causing him to lose all of his poison techniques, she was afraid that she would not have been able to escape from his hands, much less kill him. Chapter 2207. Looking around, all she saw was an endless forest. She didn't even know where this place was. Why did the Honorable Poison Master bring her here with a teleportation scroll? She was just about to retrieve the Aurora teleportation scroll and return to Hundred River City, but who knew that at this moment, a sharp pain came from her body. It was as if the blood vessels in her body were about to explode. Hiss! Ah! She cried out in pain and fell to the ground. Her hands hugged her body tightly, and her face turned pale. Large beads of cold sweat seeped out of her forehead. She couldn't help but cry out in pain as she rolled on the ground. This blood veins suddenly appeared on her pale and bloodless face. Her face gradually turned from pale to purplish black. Her lips also turned purplish black. The veins on the back of her hands also popped out, and her skin turned purple. She cried out in pain. That kind of pain, as if someone was tearing her body apart, made her wish she was dead. She tried to force herself to endure it, as she took out silver needles and pierced them into her acupuncture points to stop the pain. However, the silver needles didn't have any effect. The aura of profound energy in her body spread out along with her painful cries. With a wave of her hand, the powerful aura of profound energy spread out in all directions. A bloodthirsty impulse surged in her body. At this moment, she couldn't help but want to kill someone. She wanted to vent the madness and fury in her body. However, at this moment, she faintly heard someone coming in her direction. It seems to be in front. I think I heard someone screaming. It sounds like a girl. Why would there be a girl alone in this place? No one should come to this kind of place. But that voice sounds like it's in this area. Hearing the voice gradually getting closer, Fengjiu knelt on the ground. The aura of profound energy in her body surged, and a vicious aura whistled around her body. The wind blew against her red dress, causing it to make a whistling sound. Her eyes were red due to the surge of blood qi in her body. Like a wild beast, her eyes were filled with bloodlust and viciousness. There was not the slightest trace of her original coldness and wickedness. It was as if she was forcefully enduring it, forcefully suppressing her blood qi. Those blood-red eyes would occasionally return to normal. Unless there was something wrong with her aura, people would really think that they were seeing things. However, at this moment of clarity, Fengjiu gritted his teeth and flashed into her space. His entire body disappeared from the spot, leaving only some traces left behind by the surging airflow. Why is there no one here? It sounded like it came from here, a woman said in surprise. She looked around and said to the people around her, "Look, there's a cave over there. That's strange. We've been here several times, but we've never seen a cave here. Why is it here all of a sudden?" The place where we came from had an array formation. That array formation protected this area. So when we came here, we couldn't see the cave here. Just now, because we followed the sound, we walked through the array formation and came here. If Fengjiu was here, she would recognize that the person who spoke was one of the 4 people she had taught before, Duanyi. Chapter 2208. The voice just now clearly came from this area. How come the people we came to find are gone? Duanyi said in a low voice. He looked around and released his divine sense, but he couldn't detect any aura. Maybe they left. The woman next to him said, and pulled on his sleeve, "Senior brother, let's go back. Otherwise, Marshal Uncle and the others will be worried." "All right," Duanyi responded. Just as he was about to leave with her, his gaze fell on the cave entrance not far away. "I'll go in and take a look," he said and strode into the cave. Seeing this, the woman had no choice but to follow. After walking around in a circle, he only smelled the scent of blood and a mark on the ground. Duanyi squatted down to check and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Why did this look so much like Fengjiu's corpse dissolving water? With this thought, he couldn't help but recall the voice he heard earlier. That voice couldn't have been Fengjiu's, right? No, it shouldn't have been her. How could she have let out that kind of scream? It should have been someone else. The woman followed in and saw him squatting there with a strange expression. She couldn't help but ask, "Senior brother? Senior brother, what's wrong?" "Nothing, let's go." He stood up, his heart inexplicably heavy. He was faintly worried and planned to find a time to visit Fengjiu. The two left and walked in the direction they came from. In the space, Fengjiu was soaking in the spirit spring water. The spirit spring water was suffused with a layer of faint green light, and threads of light flowed on the surface of the water. She was soaking in it very calmly, without the madness and pain she felt outside. She relaxed and soaked in it, letting the azure lotus qi in her body surround her, purifying the poison in her body bit by bit, as well as the strange blood in her blood. The azure lotus chi surged in the spring water, and the life force visible to the naked eye enveloped her. In this space, the medicine fields grew wildly because of the azure lotus chi in her body. About the time it took for an incense stick to burn, her entire body was lifted out of the water by the aura of the green lotus. Her entire body was dripping with water. Only then did they realize that she had already fainted. The green lotus in her body seemed to have a life of its own. She lifted it out of the water and put it aside. Then, a green aura visible to the naked eye flew to a corner of the space and rummaged through the pile of treasures. Finally, the green aura rolled out a pearl the size of an egg from the pile of treasures. Now, the azure lotus chi found this bead. It came to Fengjiu's side, and with a flash of green light, the bead cracked open, revealing a green bead that was twice the size of a pill. This green bead was dark green in color, and a powerful and rich aura of spiritual power surged in the bead, releasing a rich and pure life force. The azure lotus chi drew the bead into Fengjiu's mouth and swallowed it. At this moment, the unconscious Fengjiu woke up. Chapter 2209. The dark green bead swam through her blood. Wherever it passed, her divine sense could see specks of dark green light emitting from it. The pure aura was purifying her blood. After the bead circled around her body, it came to her dantian and merged with the green lotus. She saw that when the bead merged with the green lotus seemed to have absorbed nutrients. It grew bigger, and the aura surrounding the green lotus became denser. Feeling that the restlessness in her body had disappeared, she was surprised and immediately checked her pulse. She couldn't help but be startled. "The poison in my body is gone," she muttered in disbelief. She couldn't understand the reason for this. She originally had a body that was immune to poison, but the poison that the Honorable Poison Master had concocted was very strange. She didn't know what kind of ferocious beast blood had been mixed into it, but the poison that even her body couldn't withstand had disappeared without her doing anything. Was it cured by the green lotus? Can the chaotic green lotus detoxify? She muttered in doubt. She looked around and saw the broken thing that had fallen to the side. She went forward and picked it up to take a look. Why does it look so familiar? This seems to be... She thought for a moment, and a light bulb flashed in her mind. Isn't this the bead that Green Hair gave birth to? She suddenly realized. Yes, the bead that swam through her body and was finally swallowed by the green lotus. Thinking of this, she was indescribably stunned. What was going on? Green Hair was a chicken, but the egg it gave birth to was a bead. She didn't know the use of this bead, but at this time, it was inexplicably swallowed by the green lotus. It seemed to have merged with the bead and cured the poison in her body. Could it be that Green Hair had eaten something that he shouldn't have, and that's why he got this bead? She muttered in a low voice. Seeing that she was drenched in water, she immediately went to the side to change her clothes. When she felt that there was nothing wrong with her body, she flashed out of the space. When she appeared in front of the cave, she looked around. She wasn't in a hurry to go back. Instead, she used her divine sense to explore the surroundings and walked in a direction. She remembered that she had heard voices earlier. There should be people around here. Now that the Poison Master was dead, the Five Poison Sect was no longer a threat to the Heavenly Pill Building and the black market, so there was no hurry to go back. However, if she didn't go back, her brother would be anxious. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile. She didn't know that her brother's fighting strength was so strong. The poison in her body was detoxified, and the threat was gone. She couldn't help but feel relaxed. She walked forward briskly, and after walking for a distance, she found that there was a formation set up in this area. After easily avoiding the formation and walking for a while, she faintly heard sounds coming from the front. Thus, she restrained her aura and lightly leaped onto a tree. Her red figure gracefully flitted across the tree and quietly approached those people. When she came to a tree closer to those people, she saw that they were all wearing the Cloud Jade Immortal Sect uniform. Among them, there was one person she was familiar with, Duan Yi. Chapter 2210. Uncle Master, I would like to head back first. Duan Yu was talking to a middle-aged man who was standing at the side. Perhaps it was the sound he had heard earlier and the bad premonition in his heart that made him a little worried. He wanted to leave early to find out more about Fengjiu. We just came out not long ago, and you want to leave first? Why are you doing this? The middle-aged man asked in confusion. He looked at Duan Yi and said, "When we came out, your master specially told me to let you have a good experience. If you leave now, I won't be able to answer to your master when I return. I'm worried about a friend of mine. I heard screams inside earlier. I don't know why, but I feel a little uneasy. I want to go back and find out more about her." Duan Yi said in a low voice. If that's the case, then before the middle-aged man could finish speaking, he saw someone throw something over and hit Duan Yi's head. He was stunned and instinctively looked in the direction of the throw. When he saw the beautiful woman in red sitting on the tree, he could not help but be stunned. Who was this woman? Why was she sitting there? Actually, he was even more shocked that he had not sensed the woman sitting there at all. Fortunately, she did not have any ill intentions. Otherwise, he was afraid that Duan Yu was caught off guard when someone threw something at his head. When he lowered his head to look, he saw that it was a fruit pit. His face darkened as he looked behind him and shouted in a low voice, "Who are you?" Not to mention his current strength and status in the sect. Even before he entered the Cloud Jade Immortal sect, other than Fengjiu, no one had dared to throw something at his head. This person must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts to throw a fruit pit at him. However, when he raised his head to look behind him and his gaze landed on the red figure on the tree, he was shocked and instinctively took 2 steps back. He widened his eyes and pointed at her with a look of disbelief. You, why are you here?" When Duan Yi's voice was heard, the disciples who were resting and chatting under the tree instinctively raised their heads to look. They were stunned when they saw the red figure leaning against the tree. The woman was dressed in a dazzling red dress, and her ink-black hair was only tied up with a red ribbon. The rest of her hair fell behind her back, and as the breeze blew, a strand of hair gently brushed past her beautiful face, adding a touch of laziness and charm, causing the male disciples below to be unable to close their mouths. The immortal cultivation world did not lack beauties. However, there were very few beauties who were as enchanting and seductive as the woman in front of them, who had a noble and inviolable aura. The noble aura around her made them feel ashamed of their inferiority. They wanted to look away from her, but they couldn't take their eyes off her dazzling body. "Little Yi, I trust you have been well since we last met." Fengjiu's eyes narrowed as the corners of her lips curled up slightly, revealing a charming smile. For a moment, her originally beautiful face became even more charming under her smile, causing all the male disciples below to lose their minds and stare blankly for a moment. Duan Yi's face turned red when he heard the long-awaited teasing address. He stared at her and said angrily, "I told you not to call me that. I haven't seen you for so long, but you are still so indecent. Aren't you afraid that others will laugh at you?" Chapter 22:11. Duan Yi instinctively raised his hand to touch his face. His face was burning hot, and he did not even need to look to know that it was red. He could not deny it even if he wanted to. Hence, he snorted and said awkwardly, "No way. I'm a little hot." The middle-aged man at the side came back to his senses and saw that all the male disciples were staring at her in a daze. He could not help but cough loudly to wake everyone up. When the female disciples saw this, some were curious, some were jealous, and some were envious. All of them looked at the woman in red. "Duan Yi, who is this?" The middle-aged man asked. It seemed like the two of them knew each other. "Her name is Fengjiu, and she's my friend," Duan Yi said as his gaze fell on Fengjiu. He could not help but ask, "Aren't you coming down? Why did a girl like to sit on a tree so much?" Seeing this, Fengjiu jumped down lightly from the tree and stood steadily in front of the two. She smiled at Duan Yi and nodded at the middle-aged man. "Just call me Fengjiu. I happened to pass by and saw Duan Yi here, so I came over to say hello." "Miss Feng." The middle-aged man nodded slightly and said, "I'm the Jade, true, celestial duke of the Cloud Jade Immortal sect." Although she did not look old, He knew that she was a hidden powerhouse based on the fact that he did not know that she was there earlier. He did not dare to be too casual when he spoke. Even if he was a celestial duke of a sect, he did not dare to be arrogant. "Uncle Master, let me talk to her," Duan Yi said, and pulled Fengjiu to the side without waiting for his Uncle Master to speak. He looked at her from head to toe and asked, "I heard a scream from the other side of the cave. Was it you? Such a coincidence to pass by?" He did not believe it. Hearing this, Fengjiu's eyes flashed, and she said with a smile, "Yes, it was me." Hearing this, Duan Yi could not help but ask nervously, "How are you? Are you okay? Why did you scream? Why are you here alone? Didn't you say that you were at the 100 River City's Heavenly Pill Dispensary?" "Don't worry. I'm fine." Fengjiu patted his head and got a glare from him. He couldn't help but chuckle. "It's really all right. There was just an accident. Fortunately, it's all right now. I wanted to go back, but I heard someone talking, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect it to be you." Looking at Duan Ye's red ears, she felt that it was extremely interesting. This brat was still so awkward and arrogant. He hadn't improved at all. "It's good that you're fine," Duan Yi said. Then, he warned, "Also, don't keep patting my head. It's not good." "Puchi." Fengjiu couldn't help but laugh. "You brat, are you afraid that it will affect you badly? Who asked you to still look like this after not seeing me for so long? There's no change at all." She shook her head. "What do you mean? Look at my current cultivation level. My strength has increased by quite a bit. In any case, I am still considered a figure in the Cloud Jade Immortal sect." He seemed to be afraid that she would not approve of him, so he displayed his strength and cultivation level. All right. I know you're good." She chuckled and said, "All right, I just met Songming a while ago. He also told me about you guys. It seems that you guys are doing well." Chapter 22:12. Fengjiu chuckled and asked, "Where is this place?" She had been brought here by the Honorable Poison Master and did not know where this place was. "You don't know?" He was stunned and looked at her with a strange expression. "Then how did you get in?" "I was knocked unconscious and captured." She smiled and looked at his changed expression. "But don't worry, I'm fine now. That person has been dealt with." Hearing this, Duan Ye's expression eased a little. He remembered the traces of the corpse dissolving water in the stone cave and said, "Is it the one in the stone cave? How did you get captured? There's actually someone who could make you fall for it?" Fengjiu rolled her eyes and said, "Do you think I'm invincible?" That was the sect master of the Five Venoms sect, a peak immortal venerable. "How could I be his match with my current strength? It's already good that I'm not dead." If the Honorable Poison Master had taken advantage of her unconscious state to finish her off, she would probably be fine now. This is a corner of the Forest of Death that is connected to the lower reaches of the continent. This place is still considered the periphery, so the danger level is relatively low. Duan Yi looked at her and said, "I originally wanted to go to your place to take a look, but seeing that you're unharmed now, I'm relieved." Fengjiu reached out to pat his head again, but seeing him take a step back defensively and stare at her, she changed her position and landed on his shoulder instead. She smiled and said, "Then don't worry and go train. I'll go back first. When you've made an appointment, come to the Heavenly Pill building in 100 Rivers City to find me. At that time, I'll treat you to a good meal and we'll have a good chat." Hearing this, Duan Ye's expression darkened. He looked at her and nodded. "All right, take care of yourself. Then I'll go first." She turned and walked back to where the Jade, true, Immortal Lord was, and said, "Immortal Lord, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Duan Yi." "Don't worry, Miss Feng." The Jade, true, Immortal Lord nodded. He looked at the beautiful woman in red in front of him and felt strange. Why did the name Fengjiu sound so familiar? However, he had never seen her before, but he seemed to have heard this name somewhere before. "Duan Yi, take care." Fengjiu waved her hand and then turned and left. Seeing her leave, Duan Yi did not move. However, when he saw her figure gradually getting further away, he frowned and walked to the Jade, true, Immortal Lord. "Martial Uncle, please tell my master that I'm going out to train. I'll go with her first. Please tell my master that I go out training." Hearing this, true Jade Immortal Monarch was stunned and hurriedly pulled him back. "You want to go with her? When are you?" "Ling." "No. If my master asks, Just say that I left with Fengjiu. If you want to find me, then go to the Heavenly Pill building in the 100 River City. Duan Yi said, and immediately rushed in the direction of Fengjiu. At the same time, he shouted, Fengjiu, wait for me. What training! Nothing could compare to being by her side. Chapter 22:13. After walking for a while, Fengjiu heard the voice behind her and couldn't help but be startled. She stopped and turned around to see Duan Yi following her. She looked at him in surprise and raised her eyebrows slightly as she asked, Why are you following me? Duan Yi quickly walked to her side and said, Training is boring. I'll go with you and take a look at your Heavenly Pill house in 100 River City. Hearing this, she looked behind him and asked, Your martial uncle agreed? Is it okay to follow me like this? What problem could there be? Let's go. As he spoke, he strode forward. Looking at Duan Yi walking in front of her, she shook her head and smiled. Originally, she wanted to use the Aurora transfer scroll to leave when they reached a place a little further ahead. Who would have thought that this brat would follow her? Since that was the case, the Aurora transfer scroll would not be used for the rest of the journey. Although the Aurora transfer scroll was a treasure and could teleport people away from their destination in an instant, it could only be used by the owner and could not be used to bring people away. Fengjiu, is Songming still in the Immortal Sect? What is his current level of strength? Duan Yi asked. Their strengths were about the same, and they were not cultivating in the same sect. The last time they had contacted each other, they had only talked about the general situation and did not ask in detail. How is Songming's strength after not seeing him for so long? Fengjiu glanced at him and then smiled. About the same as you. What about you? What is your current level of strength? Why don't I see any spiritual energy on your body? Are you hiding it again? Duan Yi's eyes scanned her body, wondering why he could not see her cultivation level. Didn't I get into an accident? My spiritual energy has been sealed and I can't use it. She smiled and her gaze fell on the front. Your spiritual energy has been sealed? Is it that poison master? Duan Yi was shocked and stopped to pull her. I can help you undo it. With his strength, he should be able to undo the sealed spiritual energy. Unexpectedly, Fengjiu shook her head. You won't be able to undo it. That venerable poison is at the immortal venerable realm. I'm thinking of asking Mo Chan to help me undo it. His cultivation base is enough. Hearing this, Duan Yi frowned and looked at her. You're too reckless. Don't you know that you have many enemies? You didn't even tell me that you couldn't use your spiritual energy and aura. Tell me, what if you encountered danger on the way back? Fortunately, I came with you. Otherwise, I really don't know how you would have saved yourself if you had encountered any danger along the way. Speaking up to here, he suddenly thought of something and was stunned for a moment. That's not right. I remember that you have a profound spiritual body, so you can't use your spiritual energy, but your profound energy shouldn't be sealed, right? Fengjiu smiled and nodded. Amen. I don't have any profound energy. Otherwise, how would I have been able to kill that honorable poison master? She smiled and tucked a strand of hair that had been blown by the wind behind her ear. What level is your profound strength at? Duan Yi asked. He couldn't see anything from it. My profound strength has only reached the martial god realm. She looked at the sky and said, I don't know how long it will take to get out of this place. Why don't we travel by flying equipment? As she spoke, she stretched out her hand and threw out the feather at her waist. The rainbow glass feather expanded in front of her until it was big enough for her to sit on. Chapter 22:14. When Duan Yi saw this, he immediately rode on his sword to catch up. However, the speed of the imperial sword flight was pulled apart. He had already used his fastest speed to catch up, but there was still a long distance between them. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Fengjiu was Fengjiu after all. Even if her spiritual energy was sealed and she could only use her profound energy now, he might not be able to catch up to her speed even if he wanted to. In the evening, the sun gradually set in the west, and the rosy clouds dyed half the sky red. Night was about to arrive. Fengjiu, look, there seems to be a house there. Why don't we stay there tonight? Duan Yi pointed to a courtyard not far away and said. Fengjiu sat on the rainbow glass feather and looked ahead. She saw that there were no villages or shops in this area. There was only a courtyard by a small stream downhill in front of them. Moreover, that courtyard was connected to 3 other courtyards. It wasn't the house of an ordinary commoner. She couldn't help but feel strange. There aren't any houses in this area. There's only one courtyard there, and that courtyard looks a little strange. She voiced out her doubts. With our strength, why should we be afraid of anything strange? Duanye's words were full of confidence. Even if it's a place that specializes in killing and plundering, there's no need to be afraid of him. Hearing this, Fengjiu couldn't help but smile. She glanced at him and smiled. Since you said so, then let's go. She lightly jumped down from the feather. She stretched out her hand and put the rainbow glass feather back on her waist. Seeing this, Duanye also put away his flying sword and changed to walking. He followed her to the courtyard downhill, sizing it up as he walked. This courtyard looked like a mud courtyard, but the connected structure didn't look like a common farmer's courtyard. It was no wonder that Fengjiu said that this place was a little strange. When the two arrived at the courtyard, Fengjiu glanced at Duanye and signaled him to knock on the door. Seeing this, Duanye went forward and knocked on the door. Is anyone there? We're here to stay the night. Not long after, the two of them heard footsteps coming from inside. Then, the courtyard door creaked open, and a beautiful woman of about 35 years old with a voluptuous figure appeared at the courtyard door. When the beautiful woman opened the door and saw the two people outside, a strange look flashed across her eyes. Her gaze swept over Fengjiu's outstanding appearance, then swept over Duanye, and then revealed a smile. Are the two of you passing by? Do you want to stay in my house? Neither Fengjiu nor Duanye had expected that such a beautiful woman would live in such a remote place. Moreover, the other party did not hide her spiritual aura. After opening the door, she stared at the two of them and sized them up. Madam, we're just passing by. I wonder if it would be convenient for you to stay the night? Fengjiu asked, meeting the gaze of the beautiful woman. Of course, the two of you, please come in. She smiled and opened the door to let the two of them in. After they entered, she closed the door and led them inside. She said, there are usually some cultivators passing by here who come to stay the night. My house doesn't have anything else but a lot of empty rooms. Please come with me and have a seat inside. Mother, do we have guests? A delicate woman's voice sounded. Duanye and Fengjiu stopped and looked toward the voice. Chapter 22:15. Fengjiu's eyes flickered as she stared at the 3 young women with different graces with great interest. The 3 of them looked to be between the ages of 15 and 18 or 19. One of them was dainty and pretty. The one in the middle was enchanting and flirtatious, while the last one was beautiful with a hint of arrogance. 3 women, 3 different types of beauty. Her eyes narrowed as she stared at them, and a faint smile appeared on the corners of her lips. Just as Fengjiu was sizing up the 3 women, the 3 women were sizing her up as well. The 3 of them were also beauties, but when they saw the woman in red robes before them, they could not help but secretly praise her. What a peerless beauty of peerless grace. The simple red robes on her body exuded an aura of incomparable splendor. Her half-squinted eyes, slightly curled lips, and faint smile carried a trace of languor and charm. As women, they could not help but be stunned by her beauty. A beauty like this was a true beauty. She only needed to stand there quietly, and she was already as beautiful as a painting. One could not take their eyes off her. Duanye couldn't help but frown when he saw that the 3 women who suddenly appeared were so outstanding. This place was indeed strange. It would be one thing if such a family existed in the city, but it was not normal for such a place to have such beautiful women, especially since the way the 3 of them were looking at Fengjiu made him feel uncomfortable. However, when he looked at Fengjiu, he saw that her expression was the same as usual. There was no change in her expression at all. Cough. He cleared his throat and looked at the beautiful woman, asking, Madam, may I ask if you could lead us to our rooms to rest? Of course. Please follow me, both of you. The beautiful woman then turned to the 3 women and said, Prepare some food and wine. Serve these 2 guests later. Yes, mother. The 3 of them bent their knees and bowed. Their beautiful eyes fell upon Duan Yi with smiles. The two of them followed the beautiful woman inside. However, she did not arrange for them to stay in the same courtyard. Instead, she arranged for them to stay in separate courtyards. "Young lady, you will rest in this room tonight. As for this, sir, please follow me to the courtyard next door to rest." Hearing this, Duan Yi frowned and asked, "Are there no empty rooms in this courtyard? If there are, I'll stay here." Feng Jiu smiled and glanced at Duan Yi, saying, "The guest will follow the host's wishes. We'll stay as the madam says. We're only separated by one courtyard." When the beautiful woman heard this, she smiled and said to the two of them, "I'm really sorry. There's only one empty room left. The other rooms are filled with my girl things." Duan Yi could only give up when he saw this, and he said to Feng Jiu, "Then you rest first. I'll come over later." As he spoke, he followed the beautiful woman to the room next door. "Sir, you'll stay here tonight. You're—" Duan Yi's eyes looked at Duan Yi's eyes was, "Madam," Duan Yi said, then turned and left. After the woman left, Duan Yi looked around the room and knocked on the door of Feng Jiu's room. "Come in." Feng Jiu was sitting in front of the dressing table, combing his hair. Seeing Duan Yi enter, he put down the comb and turned to look at him, asking with a smile, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Chapter 22:16. Hearing this, Feng Jiu's lips curled into a smile. "Of course it's the beauties. Do you even need to ask? Look at the three of them. They each have their own beauty. There's one who's delicate and charming, one who's coquettish and coquettish, one who's cold and elegant. Also, that madam has a voluptuous figure and an outstanding face. She has a different kind of charm, but why do I feel like they're missing a pure and innocent one? Say, don't tell me there's another one." Hearing this, Duan Yi's face darkened, and he said in annoyance, "Can you be more serious? I'm talking about serious matters with you. This woman, why is she so unreliable? Can't she see that I'm worried? I'm very serious." She chuckled. "Aren't we already here, and nothing has happened? So what are you so nervous about? Besides, they're all women. Even if they're at a disadvantage, it's the women who are at a disadvantage. What are you worried about?" But he opened his mouth, and finally, like a deflated balloon, he said, "Forget it, I don't care anymore." The two of them sat in the room for a while and chatted until the sky darkened, and a woman's voice came from outside the room. "The two of you, my mother invites the two of you to the front courtyard for a meal." The person who called them was the delicate and pretty woman. In the room, Feng Jiu heard this and couldn't help but smile. He stood up and said to Duan Yi, "Let's go. With a beauty by your side, what else do you have to be dissatisfied with?" With that, he smiled and walked out. "The two of you, please follow me." The woman's pretty face turned slightly, and she lowered her eyes with a smile. She held a lamp in her hand and turned around to lead the way. The sky was dark, and the moon had not yet risen. There were no lights on the small path in the courtyard, so the lamp in the woman's hand became a guiding light. Feng Jiu and Duan Yi followed behind her at a moderate pace and came to the front courtyard. They saw a large table in the front courtyard, and on the table were more than 10 exquisite dishes and 2 jugs of fine wine. 3 beautiful women were busy there, and some were setting up wine cups, and some were preparing bowls and chopsticks. Seeing the additional person, a pure and innocent woman in a white dress, Feng Jiu couldn't help but smile and glanced at Duan Yi beside him. That glance seemed to say, "See, am I right? There really is a pure and innocent woman. The two of you are here. Please take a seat." The madam walked out from the back and gestured for the two to take a seat. Feng Jiu and Duan Yi walked forward and said to the madam with a smile, "Sorry to disturb you. I didn't expect that the host would entertain us so warmly. It's fate that we met. Quick, sit down." After she sat down, she gestured for the other two to sit down as well. Then she smiled and said, "Let me introduce you to. These are my 4 daughters, Yu Jiao, Yu Rong, Yu Hua, and Yu Xiang. You two have already met the first 3, but this is the youngest." She patted the hand of the woman in white beside her and said with a smile. Hearing this, Feng Jiu smiled and said, "Madam is so lucky. These young ladies are all so beautiful that they're like fairies." Hearing this, the madam chuckled. At most, they could be considered passable. How can they compare to Miss Celestial Beauty? As she spoke, she looked at Fengjiu and asked, I still don't know how to address Miss Fengjiu, she said with a smile, and didn't hide her name. She looked at Duan Yi and said, This is Duan Yi, my friend. Chapter 22:17. With that said, she smiled and continued, Of course, other than some cultivators who pass through here and win a train in the forest of death, ordinary people aren't often seen. However, it's even rarer to see two young people with outstanding looks like you two. We came out from the forest of death. Duan Yi continued, and his gaze landed on the madam. He was implying that they came out from that place and were capable people, so it was best for her not to try anything funny. Hearing this, the beautiful madam revealed a look of surprise and admiration. I didn't expect the two of you to dare to train in the forest of death at such a young age. It's truly admirable. As she spoke, she said to her daughters, Hurry and pour wine for the two of them. Yes. The four women surrounded Fengjiu and Leng Hua and poured wine for the two of them. They then sat down beside them and occasionally looked at the two of them. Fengjiu's expression was magnanimous as she allowed them to look at her without any change in her expression. Smelling the faint fragrance of the cosmetics, the corner of her lips curled up and she revealed a smile. She raised her wine cup and took a sip of the wine. As the wine entered her mouth, the rich and mellow wine fragrance spread in her mouth. She couldn't help but praise, Good wine. Duan Yi was originally a little worried that these women would put drugs in the wine, but seeing that Fengjiu had drunk it, he was relieved. He picked up the wine cup and took a sip. The mellow taste of the wine was indeed not bad, so he also let go of his worries and drank. Come eat. These are all the dishes my daughters cooked. The beautiful madam said with a smile and picked up some food to eat. She also asked Fengjiu and the others to eat. Duan Yi instinctively looked at Fengjiu. Seeing her pick up her chopsticks and eat, he also started to eat. The women sitting beside them curiously asked where they were from. Where were they going? While pouring wine for the two of them, they were full of laughter and the atmosphere was very relaxed and cheerful. The night gradually darkened, and the few of them drank quite a bit of wine. When the women were about to pour more wine, Fengjiu stood up and waved her hand. No, I can't drink anymore. I have to go back and rest. At this moment, her face was slightly red and her eyes were a bit drunk. A seductive aura naturally emitted from her body, causing the beautiful madam's eyes to light up, especially when she saw that Fengjiu's beautiful face was a little drunk, and her every movement was seductive. As her eyes moved, a seductive aura overflowed from her eyes, causing her to become quite excited. All right, then go back and have a good sleep. I'll have them send you back. The beautiful madam said. She gave her four women a look. Thus, the four men each helped the two of them to their rooms. After two of them sent Feng Nine back, they saw her fall asleep immediately. The two women looked at each other and nudged her gently. Miss Feng? Miss Feng? Seeing that there was no response, he smiled. I thought she would be difficult to deal with, but it turns out she's only like this. The delicate woman said with a smile. The woman in white next to her said, No matter how high a cultivator's cultivation is, they would be drunk to the point of unconsciousness after drinking the immortal intoxication. Not to mention she drank so much. All right, she can't run away anyway. Let's go over there and take a look. The delicate woman said and pulled the woman in white outside. Chapter 22:18. His entire body was boiling hot, as if his blood was boiling. However, he could not muster any strength in his body. He had drunk a lot of wine and was a little drunk, but at this moment his consciousness was gradually waking up because of his burning body. He squinted his eyes and tried to open them. In his hazy state, he saw two women working together to lift him up and put him on a stone bed. His burning body touched the cold stone surface, and it was very comfortable. However, in the next moment, his four limbs were tied up, and he was lying on the bed with his arms and legs spread out, unable to move. He was shocked and opened his mouth. You, what are you doing? He was about to shout, but when his voice came out, it was clear that he was powerless. On the other side, Fengjiu, who was sleeping, opened her eyes after the two women left. She turned around and jumped up, walking out. After leaving her room, when she passed by another room in the courtyard, her eyes moved slightly, and she looked at the locked door. She walked forward softly, took out something, and fiddled with the lock. Not long after, the lock opened with a click. She gently pushed the door open and walked in, then gently closed the door. When she walked in, she smelled a faint smell of wine and medicinal herbs. She was slightly surprised. Could it be that medicinal wine was hidden here? With a flip of her hand, she took out a luminous pearl and shone it in front of her. When she looked, she felt a wave of nausea surge out from her stomach, and she almost vomited. There were many transparent wine jars that were used to soak medicinal wine. The wine in the jars was good, but there were also some internal organs of beasts soaking in the wine. At first glance, it was really disgusting. She glanced around and saw that one of the jars was filled with the eyeballs of beasts. Some of them were intestines, while others were claws and tendons. When she saw the latter part, her heart skipped a beat. The ones at the latter part were actually human. Her expression changed slightly. She put away the luminous pearl and quickly turned to leave, heading to the courtyard next door. When she entered the courtyard, she heard the voices of the madam and her so-called daughters talking. Be careful later. He is a cultivator of the fairy realm. His inner core is good stuff. Master, the medicinal wine is ready. We can start at any time. Master, what should we do with the woman in red? She's still sleeping over there. Another person asked. That woman's appearance is so outstanding. Naturally, she should be taken good care of. When I'm done here, I'll use the soul assimilation technique on her to make her forget the past. In the future, she'll be your sister. Hearing the laughter inside, Fengjiu's heart was filled with anger. She stepped forward and kicked the door open. With a loud bang, the door shattered. Who is it? The people in the room were shocked and shouted. When they turned around, they couldn't help but be startled. They were all astonished. It's you. Wasn't she unconscious after drinking the drunken immortal? Why was he here? When the beautiful woman saw that the person who came was Fengjiu, her beautiful eyes flashed, and she looked at her with some surprise. You're not drunk? There was actually someone who drank the immortal drunken wine and didn't get drunk? She couldn't help but size up the beautiful woman in red again. Seeing the cold glint in her eyes, her entire body filled with biting, cold, killing intent, and her profound aura surging, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, You're a mystic? Chapter 22:19. Fengjiu's clear and cold gaze swept past her before landing on Duan Ye's body, which was tied up on the stone bed in the room. When she saw that he was completely unharmed, she finally relaxed. I can't be bothered to deal with beasts, but I can't stand to watch as you lay your hands on humans. Especially since you've dared to lay your hands on my people. As she spoke, she pulled out a dagger and twirled it around her hand. The dagger's gleaming sharpness was particularly horrifying in the night. Just as their gazes fell upon the dagger in her hand, they saw a flash of red robes before their eyes. The woman's body flashed forward and the gleaming dagger stabbed towards the beautiful woman in front of her. Interesting. The beautiful woman flashed a demonic smile. When she saw Fengjiu's dagger coming towards her, she immediately stepped forward and raised her long sword to meet the attack. Clang! The dagger and sword clashed against each other, producing a clanging sound. The auras from both of their bodies surged outwards, and the powerful air currents caused the atmosphere to become oppressive. The women's powers were not very high. Under the pressure from both of their auras, their faces turned pale, and cold sweat broke out from their bodies. When Duanyi, who was lying on the stone bed, saw Fengjiu's arrival, he heaved a sigh of relief and relaxed completely. It was a good thing that he had thought that she had fallen for the trick. Now, it seems that he was the only one who had fallen for the trick. However, with her around, he should be fine. However, why does my body feel as if it's on fire? It doesn't feel like I've been drugged with an aphrodisiac. Instead, it feels like there's a fire burning in my blood, causing my inner core to heat up as well. Inner core? That's right. These people had wanted to dig out my inner core. They had even said that they had prepared some strong wine and were waiting for my inner core to be soaked in. What are they trying to do? What's the point of digging out my inner core? While he was deep in thought, Feng Jiu's dagger flew towards the beautiful woman with a sharp blade aura. The beautiful woman suddenly dodged to the side and dodged the fatal dagger, which was flying towards her heart. However, just as she was about to turn around, a pair of hands had silently grabbed her throat. "Don't move." Feng Jiu stood behind the beautiful woman, one hand twisting her hand behind her back, the other hand grabbing her throat and lifting her chin slightly, making her stand on her tiptoes. "I don't know how to show mercy to women. It wouldn't be good if I didn't control my strength well enough to break your neck." His gentle voice was cold, and the chilling, killing intent in his words caused the beautiful woman's body to stiffen. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. It was as if she couldn't believe that she, a spiritual cultivator at the fairy realm, would actually lose to a Xian cultivator. Furthermore, it was at the hands of a girl of such a young age. "Master! Master!" When the four women saw this scene, they cried out in alarm. However, when they saw their master being captured, they did not dare to step forward. Some of them had already quietly moved away and were about to escape. However, at this moment, Feng Jiu waved his hand, and 3 silver needles shot out. Swish! Swish! Ah! The cold and elegant woman was hit by the silver needles and fell from the sky, crying out in pain. When she saw her master's cold gaze, she couldn't help but shrink back and lower her head with a pale face. Chapter 22:20. She didn't feel that she had done anything wrong, but she didn't dare to meet her master's icy cold gaze. She had seen her vicious and inhumane methods, and rather than saying that she respected her, it would be more accurate to say that she feared her even more. Feng Jiu glanced at them and said, "I didn't ask you to leave, so none of you can leave." Saying that, she used her profound energy to lock that beautiful woman's shoulder blade, causing her to fall onto the ground without any strength in her body before she walked forward. When those few women saw her walking forward, their hearts trembled and they couldn't help but retreat backwards. One of them suddenly thought of something and quickly walked over to Duan Ye's side, picked up a small knife by the side, and pressed it against Duan Ye's throat as she shouted sternly at Feng Jiu, "Stop right there. You're not allowed to come over." Feng Jiu's brows rose as a devilish smile hung on his lips as he stared at her. His gaze swept past her fearless face and landed on the hand which was holding onto the small knife. She saw that the small knife, which was pressed against Duan Ye's throat, was lowered slightly as it cut his skin, causing a trace of blood to seep out. That bright red blood was extremely glaring to her eyes. "Be careful, don't hurt my men." She spoke in a neither hurried nor slow manner as her gaze stared at the small knife in her hand, and a cold glint flashed past the depths of her eyes. Not knowing if it was because she was frightened by Feng Jiu's gaze or what, that woman's hand, which was holding onto the small knife against Duan Ye's throat, couldn't help but move away a little as she shouted at Feng Jiu at the same time, "Let go of my master, otherwise I'll kill him." Feng Jiu's lips curled into a smile. "All right," she responded, and just as she turned around, her clear eyes swept towards her and saw that she heaved a sigh of relief. Her footsteps shifted slightly, and the hand which was pressed against Duan Ye's throat also moved away a little. Just at this moment, she turned around, and the 3 silver needles in her hand shot out with a whoosh. Amen. With a muffled groan, the woman's eyes widened in shock. 2 silver needles had pierced between her eyebrows, while the last one had pierced her throat. 3 needles had been fired at the same time, killing her in one blow. "I hate being threatened the most. Since you dare to threaten me, you should be prepared to die." She strode forward step by step, her red dress fluttering with her every step. The other 2 people retreated in horror, not daring to approach her. Bang! The woman fell straight to the ground. Even when she died, she did not manage to catch her breath, nor did she manage to close her eyes. Feng Jiu only glanced indifferently at the 2 women who had retreated, then walked forward to untie the rope that bound Duan Ye. He stretched out his hand and saw that Duan Ye's body was heating up and the blood in his body was boiling as if his blood vessels were about to explode. Thus, he took out a pill and fed it to Duan Ye. "Circulate your qi and walk around your body. You should be fine after sweating it out." she said to Duan Yi. Then, she said to the two women at the side, "Bring a chair over." As she spoke, she walked out of the courtyard. The two women trembled and looked at each other. The woman in white then brought a chair over and placed it in the courtyard. She did not dare to run away and retreated to the side. "Speak. How long have you been doing this for? What are you planning to do with those things?" She sat lazily on the chair and stared at the beautiful woman whose shoulder blades had been locked by her. She then looked at the two people who were curled up in a corner and the man who was sprawled on the ground. Chapter 22-21. The beautiful woman lying on the ground was deathly pale, and beads of cold sweat were forming on her forehead. She was in so much pain that she couldn't even speak. When she heard Feng Jiu's words, she glared at her with a pair of eyes that seemed to emit fire. If she could speak now, she would definitely ask angrily, "Who are you? What are you doing?" She had been doing things for so long and had encountered countless cultivators, even those who were stronger than her, and she didn't dare to touch them. She didn't notice anything unusual about her. However, this woman was an anomaly. So what if she discovered her? But she still fell into her hands. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't accept it. "Speak," Feng Jiu coldly shouted. His languid expression turned severe as he swept a glance at the women. A wave of profound energy pressure also enveloped the three of them. The woman who was shot by Feng Jiu's silver needle had already sat up, but when the pressure came, she only felt a wave of pressure, as if a huge rock was pressing down on her body, causing her to be unable to breathe. The blood in her body surged, and she immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The other two women knelt down under the pressure. They didn't intend to speak at first, but now they hurriedly begged for mercy. We'll speak. Feng Jiu withdrew his pressure and glanced at the two of them. "Speak." The two women didn't dare to look at the beautiful woman. Instead, they lowered their heads and said, "Master is good at brewing medicinal wine. She often takes some beasts to soak in the medicinal wine. After adding medicinal herbs, it has the effect of increasing one's strength. Master sold these things to a one-eyed devil cultivator. Later, under the devil cultivator's request, Master started to use us as bait to lure some cultivators into the academy. After they drank the immortal drunken wine, she took their inner cores. At this point, the woman in white's voice became softer and softer. Master said that a cultivator's inner core can be used as medicine. If the spiritual energy in the inner core is absorbed, it can increase one's cultivation, especially for some cultivators who have reached the nascent soul stage. Their inner cores contain nascent souls. It's a rare treasure, so hearing this, Feng Jiu's brows slightly furrowed. Beasts' inner cores were treasures, but cultivators' inner cores were even more so. Many people cultivated for tens or even hundreds of years before they could condense their inner cores. They killed people to take their inner cores in such a vicious and bloody way. Even if she didn't meet such a person today, she would meet other people who wanted to take their lives. At this moment, Duan Yi, who was sweating profusely after adjusting his qi, walked over and stared at those people with a cold expression. Suddenly, his hand swept past his waist, and a cold light flashed past his sword. Those three people were already dead. Seeing this, Feng Jiu was slightly surprised. "You killed them all?" This brat was too impatient. He didn't even say a word before he killed them all. Is. Duan Yi looked at her. "What? This person can't be killed like this. I still have a use for him," Feng Jiu said with a smile. He walked forward and looked at the beautiful woman. "You know the soul-absorbing technique?" Chapter 22-22. Hearing this, Feng Jiu smiled indifferently. "It's all right. I didn't want you to tell me anyway." As soon as her voice fell, she revealed a strange smile. "Because I have plenty of ways to find out." As she spoke, she raised her hand and reached towards the woman's head. Seeing this, the beautiful woman's pupils shrank, and she wanted to retreat in shock. You want to soul search." Soul searching was a method to find out everything about the other party. However, the person who was soul searched would suffer from dementia in the lightest case and death in the worst case. It could be said that after soul searching, the person would be crippled. Feng Jiu curled her lips into a smile and ignored her struggle and fear. She reached out her hand and pressed it. At the same time, as she adjusted her profound energy aura, a trace of divine sense also entered her mind. Duan Yi stood at the side and watched. He watched as she stood there quietly with her eyes closed. He watched as the beautiful woman stood there in a daze and did not move at all. After a long time, he saw Fengjiu retract her hand. At this time, the beautiful woman was already lying on the ground. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, she also stopped breathing. Fengjiu closed her eyes and digested everything in her mind. After a long time, she opened her eyes and said, "I saw the one-eyed devil cultivator who dealt with them in her memories. That was one of the 10 devils, the one-eyed mad demon." She looked at him and said, "The 10 great devil cultivators under the demon sovereign are not easy to deal with. Now that my spiritual energy is sealed and there's no way to know the time in this woman's mind, these few days will be the time we agreed to meet with the one-eyed mad demon. Let's deal with this place and leave as soon as possible." "All right." Duan Yi nodded and looked around. It's most convenient to burn this place down. Thus, the two of them used strong wine to light the fire and set the place on fire. The fire burned along with the strong wine, and the medicinal wine in the medicine bottles also exploded along with the heat of the fire. With a rumble, the fire rushed into the sky and almost lit up half of the sky. They watched from afar. The place happened to be at the bottom of the hill, so the fire did not spread. It was only when the courtyard was burned down and the fire gradually died down that they left on the flying vehicle. The sun in the sky quietly rose, and the first rays of sunlight scattered on the ground. Dawn had arrived quietly. Duan Yi sat on the flying vehicle and looked at Fengjiu, who was lying next to him, sleeping with her eyes closed. He frowned and asked, "Immortal, drunken immortal wine, why aren't you drunk?" Fengjiu, who was resting with her eyes closed, smiled when she heard this. She didn't even open her eyes and said leisurely, "How can that be the same? Don't know who I am?" Hearing this, the corner of Duan Yi's mouth twitched. "You're Fengjiu, you're amazing." He was puzzled. Since that wine was indeed drunken immortal, why wasn't she drunk? "So you to be more careful next time, you may not be able to eat the things that I can eat." As she spoke, she opened her eyes and sat up. She smiled and said, "Tell me, what did you learn in that sect? Why don't I learn to improve you to me?" Duan, Fengjiu of Fengyi, of Tifa, of course. Frowning Foswell, he her to him to the end, he of course he to above to, and was to him the. Chapter 22-23. The two of them sat on the flying device until they reached a town. Then, they disembarked and walked toward the city gate. Seeing many people lined up in front of them, Duan Yi looked at Fengjiu. "We didn't have a good rest last night. Let's rest here for the night. They'll take care of the heavenly pill building, so you don't have to worry too much." Fengjiu smiled. "That's good too. Anyway, there's nothing much to do now. I'm just afraid that my brother and Mo-chan will be worried about me." As she spoke, she looked towards the city and said, "Later, let's enter the city and see if there's a branch of the Tianyuan Palace. If there is, let them send a message back so that they won't be worried at home. Then let's also send a message to Song Ming and the others. Tell them that I've left the sect to follow you." He looked at her and said, "That's fine too." She nodded. The two of them walked forward together and followed the people lining up to the city gate. Looking at the city gate guards who seemed to be searching for something, her eyes moved slightly. She said, "Those people seem to be looking for something." It was normal for there to be guards at the city gate. However, searching people's bodies like this was a little too much, especially when there were some women among them. It was really outrageous to let 1 or 2 male guards search their bodies. Duan Yi looked to the front and saw that some of the women from ordinary families had heard that they would be searched after entering the city gate, so they all retreated back. Some of the female cultivators walked forward, but the guards did not dare to be too presumptuous, and only roughly sized them up before letting them go. "I'm really not hiding anything on me. I'm just carrying my sister. We're entering the city to find a doctor. My family lives in a small mountain village not far from the city. Really, I'm just an ordinary woman." A plainly dressed woman was carrying a 7 or 8-year-old girl wrapped in a sheet. When she saw the guard's outstretched hand, she could not help but retreat as she explained. What kind of woman would be willing to be searched by a man like this? Even if she was not a cultivator and was just an ordinary person, she would not be willing to be taken advantage of like this. Who knows if you're telling the truth? It's not peaceful in the city these days. Everyone has to be checked carefully. It's the same for men and women, a city guard said and pushed the woman arrogantly. It's fine if you don't want to be checked. Hurry up and move aside. Don't block the path of the people behind you. There were almost no young women in the queue. However, when some of the older women came forward, those people simply looked at them and waved their hands to let them pass. Obviously, they had no interest in the older women. I hear that a good number of people have died in the city recently. That is why the city is under martial law. Everyone who goes in and out is checked. However, the actions of these people are too obvious. They dare not offend the female cultivators and have no interest in touching the older women. That's right. There was a teenage girl from our village who wanted to enter the city to buy medicine for her father. She was stopped by these people and taken advantage of quite a bit. When she went back, her eyes were swollen from crying. These days, some young girls won't enter the city for no reason. Even if they have something to do, they will ask others to do it for them. Cultivators don't dare to provoke them, so they can only let us ordinary people suffer. The two old men and the man standing in front of Fengjiu and Duan Yi whispered. Their gazes swept past the crowd in front of them and landed on the woman carrying the girl on her back. They then glanced at the city guards. Chapter 22-24. That's right. Look, most of the people entering the city are men. That woman in front of us is the only outsider in our Huang village, and she only has a grandmother and a younger sister. Her younger sister fell into a stream yesterday, and although we managed to save her, she's still unconscious. We carried her sister into the city early in the morning to find a doctor, but who would have thought that we would encounter such an incident? They don't even have a man in their family. When they encounter such a thing, they can only suffer in silence. What else can they do? Us commoners can't afford to offend people like them. Upon hearing the whispers of the people in front of her, Fengjiu shot a glance at Duan Yi beside her and said, Aren't you going to help them? Duan Yi glanced at her and said, I've never liked to meddle in other people's business. As soon as his voice fell, he asked in a knowing tone, You want to meddle in other people's business? Fengjiu couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this, and she reached out to pinch his naturally babyish cheeks and said, Little Yi, look at your tone. You're making it sound like I'm meddling in other people's business. But then again, you're right, I do like to meddle in other people's business. Why are you pinching my cheeks again? Duan Yi glared at her in embarrassment and anger. It was one thing in the past, but why did she still like to pinch his cheeks when he wasn't paying attention? Did he look so easy to bully with that baby face of his? Sigh, I'm just itching for a fight. She chuckled and strode forward. Dressed in red, her features were devastatingly beautiful, and her bearing was peerlessly noble. All of the people lining up to enter the city, regardless of whether they were commoners or cultivators, involuntarily took a step back and opened up a path for her. Seeing this, Duan Yi had no choice but to follow her. He hated it when people called him babyish, and he hated it when people touched his face. However, Fengjiu was an exception. To him, she wasn't family, but she was more important than family, so he naturally couldn't get angry with her. However, he was a man, after all, and he was constantly being teased like this by her, so he felt rather uncomfortable. Up ahead, the woman was humbly begging the city guard to let her into the city. At this moment, Fengjiu had already made her way to the front, and her appearance caused the city guard to stare at her in a daze. Fairy, are you also going into the city? A city guard captain squeezed his way over to Fengjiu and asked as he looked at her with amazement and flattery. Such a beautiful woman with such an extraordinary temperament was definitely not an ordinary person. She might be a fairy from a noble family or a sect. City guards like them naturally did not dare to offend her. Fengjiu stopped, glanced at the woman, and said to the city guard captain, This woman is carrying a child and has been here for a long time. She's just an ordinary person. Why don't you let her in? Yes. Since Fairy has spoken, This lowly one does not dare to disobey. The city guard captain hurriedly responded and said to the woman beside him, "Quickly go in." Seeing this, the woman with the child on her back gratefully said to Feng Jiu, "Thank you, fairy. Thank you, fairy." Then she quickly carried her sister into the city. When she saw the woman enter the city, Feng Jiu glanced at the captain of the city guards and said, "It's the first time I've seen such city guards. Could it be that your city governor allowed you to seize the opportunity to take advantage of the city?" Hearing this, the city guard captain's face paled, and he cried out in his heart, "Oh no." Chapter 22-25. Fairy, please calm down. Actually, we're just doing this for the safety of the city. The city guard captain quickly said, "Fairy, there's something you don't know. These days, people have been killed in the city, and it's not just one or two. That's why we've increased our vigilance and investigation. If there's anything we can't do, we'll definitely change." Feng Jiu was too lazy to talk to them. He only said, "It's best if you remember what you said. Watch your subordinates. If this kind of thing happens again, don't blame me for going to your city lord." Yes. We won't dare. The city guard captain replied while wiping his sweat. He bowed and smiled as he sent them into the city. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. "Captain, she's just a young lady. Why are you afraid of her?" A city guard asked in a small voice. He didn't understand. That woman's temperament was a bit more outstanding. Her appearance was more beautiful than the other beauties. She was such a delicate beauty, but she didn't have any spiritual energy. He really didn't know why the captain was so scared. Hearing this, the city guard captain fiercely kicked the city guard. "What do you know?" He glared at the city guard and scolded. "Hurry up and watch over the people entering the city. Don't take advantage of other people's women. Otherwise, I'll skin you alive." Hearing this, the city guards' faces paled. They quickly replied, Yes. Only then did they return to their posts. However, this time, they were a lot more obedient and didn't dare to act recklessly. When the cultivators in the line saw this, they couldn't help but look at the red figure in the distance. They were a bit surprised. Generally speaking, cultivators couldn't be bothered with other people's business. They didn't expect the woman in red to stand up and give them a warning. However, just as the city guard had said, the red-clothed lady did not have the slightest bit of spiritual energy aura on her body. She did not look like a cultivator at all. Even so, from their point of view, they felt that the lady's immortal chi was definitely not ordinary. There was also the man beside her. He didn't look very old, but his aura was very intimidating. They reckoned that the two of them might have come from some large sect. Duan Yi, who was walking in the city, saw Feng Jiu leisurely walking in front of him. He couldn't help but quicken his steps. He arrived beside her and asked, "Did you find the place you were talking about? There's none on this street. Let's walk a bit further." As she spoke, she turned a corner and came to a small stall that sold pastry at the corner of the street. She bought 10 of them. It smells really good." She took a deep breath and smelled the fragrance of the pastry, revealing a happy smile. Duan Yez's sake's tea, want to find a place? Let you have something to eat?" As he spoke, he glanced around and saw that there were many shops and stalls in this area. Thus, he went to the stall selling pastries and asked, "Old man, which restaurant is the most famous in this city?" Chapter 22-26. We still have money for food. "Elder, tell me, where should we go to the 100 Fragrances house?" Duan Yi asked with a smile. He knew that Feng Jiu was picky when it came to food, especially when it came to delicious food. Since they wanted to sit down and rest here, they naturally had to go to a better place. "It's not far. Just go straight ahead and turn left for a while." The elder pointed and told them. "Thank you." Duan Yi thanked him and then said to Feng Jiu, "Let's go to the 100 Fragrances house." "Okay," Feng Jiu said and walked forward with him. When they turned a corner and walked for a while, she caught a glimpse of a sign on a tea house from the corner of her eye. She couldn't help but smile. "Go to the 100 Fragrances house and wait for me. I'll be there in a while." Feng Jiu motioned for him to go first. Duan Yi turned back and followed her gaze to a tea house. Seeing the smile on her face, he nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll order a table of dishes and wait for you. When you're done, come over." Okay. Feng Jiu smiled and then walked toward the tea house. Nowadays, the people who were in charge of the forces outside the Tianyuan Palace were all carefully selected. Their main purpose was to gather information and secretly expand their forces. However, there were many people she hadn't seen before. Only Leng Hua and the others had contact with the 8 Great Phoenix Guards. When they arrived at the tea house across the street, they saw that the first floor was full of people drinking tea and chatting. As soon as they entered the tea house, they heard lively chatter and laughter. Faintly, they could hear some voices on the second floor. "How is it? I told you this place is good, right? Look, we can see the guests of the 100 Fragrances house sitting across from here. Look, the 2 women sitting at the table by the window on the second floor are beautiful, right? One of them is the city lord's daughter. She often comes to the 100 Fragrances house to drink tea and eat snacks. The one opposite is also very beautiful. She's wearing a blue dress. Her appearance makes people unable to take their eyes off her. There's another table. Look, do you see the guests sitting at that table? Look at their appearances. Regardless of whether they are men or women, they are all outstanding and handsome. One look, and you can tell that they are not ordinary people. That's right. How can the people who can enter the 100 Fragrances house be ordinary? Those who can eat and sit there are all people of high status." Feng Jiu slowly walked inside, listening to the chaotic sounds in the tea house. She came to the counter. "Shopkeeper." She looked at the middle-aged man and asked. The shopkeeper was tidying up his things. When he heard the voice, he looked up and was slightly startled. "That's right. What can I do for you?" Feng Jiu nodded and said, "It's a little noisy here. Is there a quiet place?" Because of her stunning appearance and dazzling red dress, almost all the people on the first floor looked at her as soon as she entered the tea house. "Yes, this way, please." The shopkeeper didn't know what she wanted to do, but there was still a quiet place. Thus, he called for the waiter to take his place while he led Feng Jiu to the back. It was a backyard behind the first floor. It was very quiet and there was no one else. Of course, there were 2 auras in the dark. When the 2 people who were hiding in the dark saw the person who had arrived, they looked around. When they saw the face of the woman in red, they could not help but be shocked. They quickly came out from the dark and bowed respectfully and excitedly. Chapter 22-27. Seeing the 2 people come out from the shadows and hearing their words, the shopkeeper was stunned. He looked at Feng Jiu in astonishment. Master." Their master could only be the ghost Dr. Feng Jiu. In other words, this stunning red-clothed woman in front of him was his master, the ghost doctor. "Get up." Feng Jiu sat down at the table in the courtyard and motioned for the 2 kneeling people to get up. Master." The shopkeeper hurriedly knelt down and said in fear, "I didn't know it was Master who came. Please forgive me for my rudeness." "It's fine." She waved her hand and said, "I just happened to pass by here and was about to rest here for a day. I also want you to send a message back to the Heavenly Pill House in 100 River City." The 3 people looked at each other, and one of the Phoenix Guards said, "Please give us your orders, Master." The shopkeeper hurriedly turned and went to a room in the courtyard. He took out a brush, ink, and paper and placed it on the table. "Please use it, Master." Feng Jiu saw this and glanced at the shopkeeper. He then wrote a few words on the paper and sealed it with a watermark. He handed it to one of the Phoenix Guards. "Just send this out." "Yes." The Phoenix Guard responded. He took the things and left after bowing. At this time, the shopkeeper served them tea and then stood quietly to the side. This tea house is opposite the 100 Fragrances Inn. It seems that business is good. Feng Jiu took a sip of tea and asked slowly, "Master, business is good. There are many people drinking tea and there are many things to talk about." The shopkeeper said. Feng Jiu held the lid of the teacup and gently scraped the tea. He asked, "Is there any news about the Temple of Darkness recently? I only heard that the Temple of Darkness has been reorganizing and rarely comes out. I also heard that the Temple Master of the Temple of Darkness has been cultivating in seclusion. It seems that he hasn't recovered from the injuries he suffered some time ago." Hearing this, Feng Jiu's hand paused. He hasn't recovered from the injuries? Although she didn't hold back, with the strength of the Temple Master of the Temple of Darkness, he shouldn't have not recovered yet, right? Could it be that he deliberately spread the news? I heard that many people have died in this city in the past few days. Do you know who did it? She asked again. Master, this seems to be the work of a demonic cultivator. I've seen those who were killed. They all had one thing in common. The deceased were all female cultivators, and the way they died was that they had been sucked dry of their blood essence. Their corpses. The phoenix guard beside him said respectfully, "Another demonic cultivator?" She frowned as she recalled the incident with the one-eyed mad demon. Yes, but this demonic cultivator's cultivation level should be very high. The city lord sent many cultivators to ambush him. Although they encountered him once, they were unable to capture him. Instead, several cultivators were killed. This matter is very troublesome in the city, and almost no one dares to interfere. The demonic cultivator of the Temple of Darkness was too powerful. The city lord of the city and the people of the various clans were guarding their own homes and didn't care much about the matters outside. Moreover, most of the people who died were female cultivators or itinerant cultivators. Therefore, under the situation where they couldn't catch the demonic cultivator, they were more worried about their own family than about the people outside. Is it happening every night? She raised her eyebrows and asked. It has already happened 5 nights in a row. Every night, 2 to 3 female cultivators die. Chapter 22-28. Yes. The shopkeeper responded happily and sent her out. However, when he reached the first floor, he saw a few men blocking his master's way. He was so scared that his face turned pale. Oh, where did this little beauty come from? Shopkeeper, is she a relative? A few men blocked in front of Fengjiu and stared at the beautiful Fengjiu with lustful eyes. In their eyes, the beauty in red did not have the slightest bit of spiritual power. She was obviously not a cultivator. She should be a rich girl. They were all cultivators, so they naturally wouldn't put a rich girl in their eyes. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to block her path. The shopkeeper carefully glanced at Fengjiu. Seeing that her expression was normal, he said, "If you want to drink tea, please go upstairs. We don't allow trouble here." These people really didn't know what was good for them. They even dared to block his master's way. They must be tired of living. What tea? Go away. One of the men pushed the shopkeeper, but he saw that the shopkeeper's footsteps were steady, and he didn't even sway a bit. Since you don't want to drink tea, please leave, the shopkeeper said calmly. For a moment, the pressure of a nascent soul cultivator filled the air. He opened a tea house here. Don't treat him as an ordinary shopkeeper. If he could become a member of the Tianyuan Palace and become a Phoenix Guard recognized by his master, how could he be qualified to be a shopkeeper without strength? In the past, when no one caused trouble, he naturally restrained his strength and acted as an inconspicuous shopkeeper. However, these people really did not know what was good for them. They dared to have ideas about his master. How annoying. When the pressure of a nascent soul cultivator came out, the men's faces turned pale. They were only in the Golden Core realm. How could they withstand the pressure of a nascent soul cultivator? Immediately, sweat appeared on their foreheads. Their faces were pale, and they looked at the shopkeeper with horror in their eyes. Their legs trembled. We have eyes, but did not recognize Mount Tai. We have offended you. We will leave immediately. They panicked and turned to leave. However, just as they turned around, they heard the voice of the woman in red. You want to leave just like that? Fengjiu raised his eyebrows and glanced at them. She walked forward step by step and stopped in front of the few people who had stopped in their tracks. Settle the bill. Upon hearing this, the men were startled. WV already paid the bill upstairs. I'm talking about the accounts of everyone upstairs and downstairs. The corners of her lips curled up as she stared at them coldly. Do you think you can leave after offending me? Go. Calculate the accounts of the people upstairs and downstairs. Put it all on these people. As soon as she finished speaking, she glanced at the shopkeeper. Double it. Hearing this, the shopkeeper quickly replied, yes. Then, he quickly went to the counter and gave some instructions to the waiter. Then, he picked up the abacus and quickly calculated. When the men saw this, they glanced up and down and thought to themselves, even if anyone can afford to drink tea here, there are so many people upstairs and downstairs. It would cost at least a few hundred gold coins, right? If it was doubled, wouldn't it be Thinking that they would have to fork out thousands of gold coins, their expressions changed. When they saw the shopkeeper go to the counter, they gave each other a look and quickly ran out. Chapter 22-29. Just as they were about to run out, Fengjiu's palm moved and a few silver needles shot out. A few cries of pain rang out at the same time. They only felt their legs go numb and their bodies involuntarily fell forward. Just as they were shocked, they reached out to touch their legs and touched the exposed silver needle. Seeing this, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. Their faces paled as they turned around to look. They saw that the woman in red moved a chair to the side and sat down. She held her chin with one hand and looked at them with a leisurely expression. "Run. Didn't you want to run?" She played with a silver needle between her fingers. The cold light of the silver needle made the hearts of the men tremble. At this time, how could they dare to think of running away? "No, we won't run. We won't run. We'll pay. We'll pay." They hurriedly said. Compared to money, their lives were naturally more important. This woman in red could make them unable to run once she made a move. Who knew if she would give them a fatal blow if they ran and angered her? "Master, the bill has been settled." The shopkeeper walked over and stood respectfully beside Fengjiu. When the men outside heard the shopkeeper call the woman in red master, their faces turned pale. How could a nascent soul cultivator call her master, be an ordinary person? They must be tired of living to provoke her. Hearing this, Fengjiu stood up and walked out, saying, "Then settle the bill with them. Tell the guests upstairs and downstairs that today's expenses were paid by these people. Let them eat and drink to their heart's content." "Yes," the shopkeeper responded. Seeing that his master had walked out and was walking towards the 100 Fragrances house, he then went forward to settle the bill with those people. On the second floor of the 100 Fragrances house, Duan Yi was sitting by the window and drinking tea. At this time, he felt a few gazes secretly sizing him up. He couldn't help but frown and look towards the gazes. Seeing that it was two women, the two of them hurriedly lowered their heads when they saw him looking at them. Thus, he withdrew his gaze and ignored the two of them. "Don't you think he looks like Martial Uncle Duan?" Not far away, a woman lowered her voice and asked the woman at the same table. "It looks like it. However, Junior Master Duan should be in the sect. Why is he here? Could it be that we've made a mistake?" The woman in the sky blue dress said softly, "I don't recognize it either. I only saw it once from afar." She thought for a moment and said, "Why don't we go over and ask? This isn't a good idea, right?" The woman in the sky blue dress was a little hesitant. "There's no harm in asking." The woman stood up and walked towards Duan Ye's table. She looked at the man who was sitting there and drinking tea. The closer she got, the more familiar that baby face was. Everyone in the sect knew that Martial Uncle Duan had a baby face, but they also knew that Martial Uncle Duan didn't like people talking about his baby face. The man in front of her had a baby face. Although his aura was cold, he really looked like her sect's Martial Uncle Duan. She took a deep breath and mustered her courage to ask, "Excuse me, are you Martial Uncle Duan?" Chapter 22-30. He turned around and looked at the woman. His gaze swept past her before he glanced at the woman in blue who followed behind her. He frowned but did not answer. Seeing this, the woman asked again, "May I ask if you're Duan Yi from the Cloud Jade Immortal Sect, Uncle Master Duan?" The woman was afraid that he would not answer, so she quickly said, "Both of us are disciples of the Cloud Jade Immortal Sect. I'm Lu Xian, and she's Ruan Ru. What's the matter?" He frowned and asked with a cold expression. Hearing this, Lu Xian was delighted. Did he admit it? Was he really Uncle Master Duan? When she thought of this, an excited smile appeared on her face. "Uncle Master Duan, it's really you. I came home some time ago. I've seen you once in the sect from afar, but I'm not sure. That's why I came forward to ask." Then, without waiting for Duan Yi to speak, she said, "Uncle Master Duan, my father is the city governor here. Since Uncle Master Duan has come to Luhi City, why don't you stay at my house for a few days? Let me be the host and entertain Uncle Master Duan." "There's no need," Duan Yi said and did not look at them anymore. "Oh, I've only left for a while. Why are two little beauties here?" A teasing voice sounded. When Duan Yi heard this voice, He turned around, and a hint of warmth flashed in his eyes. "You're back." The two women heard the voice and turned around. When they saw a beautiful woman in red walking over, they could not help but be stunned. What a beautiful woman! Even as women, they could not help but be stunned when they saw her. Fengjiu walked forward and passed by the two women. He sat down in front of Duan Yi and leaned against the windowsill as if he had no bones. He looked at the two women with a faint smile on his face. Where did these two little beauties come from? When Lu Xian and Ruan Ru saw that Uncle Master Duan knew the woman in red, they did not dare to be rude. They immediately bent their knees and bowed. "Greetings, sister. I'm Lu Xian, an inner sect disciple of the Cloud Jade Immortal Sect. I'm Ruan Ru, also an inner sect disciple of the Cloud Jade Immortal Sect," the woman in blue said and bowed to Fengjiu. "Oh, the Cloud Jade Immortal Sect. Doesn't that mean he's from the same sect as you?" Fengjiu propped up his chin with one hand and smiled as he looked at Duan Yi. Duan Yi saw her teasing expression, and his face couldn't help but darken. "I don't know them." When the two women heard this, they couldn't help but be startled. They wanted to say something, but they found that they couldn't say anything. That's right, he didn't know them. He was a person that they respected as martial uncle, so how could he possibly recognize inner court disciples like them? Even they had seen him once from afar. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been unable to determine whether the person before them was martial uncle Duan. Hearing this, Fengjiu glanced at him and said coldly, "The young lady already said that she's from your sect, and you still don't recognize her? Even if we don't know each other, we're still from the same sect. Sister, martial uncle Duan really doesn't know us. We've only seen martial uncle Duan once from afar." As Lu Xian spoke, she looked at Fengjiu and said, "Actually, it's like this. I just happened to meet martial uncle Duan, and my father is the city lord of Luhe City, so I wanted to invite martial uncle Duan to stay at my house for a few days so that we can play host to him." Chapter 22:31. "I'm not going," Duan Yi said, pouring tea and drinking it, not looking at her. Seeing this, Fengjiu narrowed her eyes with a smile, looked at Lu Xian, and asked, "Miss Lu, if he doesn't go, I'll go. Will you invite him?" Lu Xian was startled. She glanced at Duan Yi, then looked at Fengjiu, and quickly said, "Of course, if elder sister can come, I will definitely entertain you with great hospitality." Ruan Ru, who was next to them, listened for a long time and did not come back to her senses. She carefully glanced at the black-faced martial uncle Duan, and then looked at the smiling, beautiful woman in red. She secretly guessed what the relationship between this woman in red and martial uncle Duan was. Why did she feel so strange when the two of them got along? Didn't you say you would only stay for one night? How many days do you plan to stay here? Aren't you in a hurry to go back? Duan Yi asked angrily, feeling that Fengjiu just liked to disagree with him. "Hey, I'm not in a hurry. Didn't I ask someone to send a message back to report that I'm safe? There's nothing urgent to deal with when I go back. Since Miss Lu has invited me, I can't refuse, right?" she said with a smile, completely unaware that she was the one who asked to stay in someone else's house for a while. "It's fine if you don't want to go. I just asked the shopkeeper of the tea house across the street to make 2 rooms available. If you don't want to go, you can stay in the courtyard of the tea house. By the way, tell him I'm going to stay in the city lord's house," she said with a smile. Seeing that the two of them were still standing, she motioned, "Don't just stand there. Sit." The two of them instinctively glanced at Duan Yi. Seeing his dark face, they didn't know whether they should sit properly or not. "What are you looking at me for? She asked you to sit, so sit," Duan Yi said angrily. When the two of them heard this, they were overjoyed and smiled. "Yes, thank you, martial uncle Duan. Thank you, elder sister." Puffed. Fengjiu couldn't help laughing when she heard the two of them address her. She chuckled and looked at the two of them playfully, saying, "You call Duan Yi martial uncle, but call me elder sister. Isn't this nonsense?" The two of them were startled. They couldn't help but look at each other. Then how should we address each other? The two of them were also stunned. This red-clothed woman looked to be only 1 or 2 years older than them. If they didn't call her elder sister, then what should they call her? Duan Yi glanced at Fengjiu and lowered his eyes without saying anything. In terms of seniority, she was his mentor, so her status was higher than his. However, from the two people from his sect, they called him martial uncle and her elder sister. Based on this, wouldn't Fengjiu be his junior? You can call her the ghost doctor, Duan Yi said, glancing at Lu Shi and Yin Yin. Ghost doctor? The two of them were stunned for a moment. Why was it the ghost doctor? Why was such a beautiful woman called the ghost doctor? Although he was puzzled, he didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately bent his knees and bowed. Ghost doctor. Fengjiu's brows raised as he glanced at Duan Yi, and then he said to the two of them, sit. Don't just stand there. Yes. The two of them sat down at this time. What surprised Fengjiu was that the city lord's daughter, Lu Shiyin, didn't have the style of an unruly and arrogant young lady. Instead, she was much more pleasing to the eye. He originally planned to stay at the tea house for a night, but since he met the city lord's daughter, he had to stay at the city lord's mansion. Have you ordered? Why haven't you served yet? Fengjiu looked at Duan Yi and asked. Chapter 22:32. Okay, the waiter responded, hurriedly went to the kitchen to see if the dishes were ready, and brought them all up. 8 signature dishes were served, and 2 pots of sake were also served. Fengjiu was about to pour the wine when he saw Lu Xian take the wine pot. I'll pour it. As she spoke, she poured the wine for them. Thank you for your trouble, Fengjiu said with a smile. She picked up the wine cup and took a sip of the wine. The wine was mellow, and the aftertaste was endless. She narrowed her eyes and said with a smile, this wine is good wine. Hearing this, Lu Xian said, Ghost Doctor, you may not know this, but this wine is unique to the 100 Fragrances house, and it is also the most famous wine in Lua City. The price of such a pot of wine is 100 gold coins per pot, and the 100 Fragrances house is only limited to selling 100 pots a day. Oh, interesting. She played with the wine cup in her hand, gently swirling the wine in the cup. The fragrance of the wine overflowed with her swirling. This wine was thick and rich, but it was not strong. The taste was unique, and it was really something that she had never tasted anywhere else. Drinking this wine, she thought that her grandfather was addicted to wine. Now that they had returned to the Feng family's ancestral home, it would not be easy to find good wine there. If there was such good wine, if she prepared some and brought it back for him in the future, he would definitely be happy. With a thought, she asked, who is the owner of this 100 Fragrances house? This we don't know. The two shook their heads and said, do you want to buy wine? Duan Yi asked, seeing through her thoughts at once. He knew that she was addicted to wine. In the past, she would buy some good wine. Fengjiu looked at Duan Yi and said with a smile, Little Yi, you really know what I'm thinking. I didn't even say it, but you know what I'm thinking. You don't have to go back to the sect in the future. Just stay by my side. Hearing this, Duan Yi snorted lightly and poured the wine to drink. When Lu Xian and Fengjiu saw this, they were stunned. Little Yi? Martial Uncle Duan was actually called Little Yi by the ghost doctor? What was the relationship between the two of them? For a moment, the two of them looked at them curiously. They said that they seemed to be close, but they didn't feel like it because there was no ambiguous atmosphere between the two of them. Instead, they felt that the two of them were like family, and this ghost doctor was the elder type. Look at the 3 words, Little Yi, which normal person would be able to call her that. Especially since Master Duan was a strong fighter who had already reached the fairy realm. Yet he had been called Xiao Ye just like that. This gave them a fright. Perhaps no one in the sect knew that someone dared to call Martial Uncle Duan that way. Fengjiu and Duan Yi were eating and drinking. Lu Xian and Ruan Ru had eaten some before, but now they only tasted a little and didn't move their chopsticks much. When they were almost done eating, Duan Yi beckoned the waiter over. Sell me 2 jars of your sake. Ah. The waiter was stunned for a moment. Then he shook his head and said, Young master, our wine is not for sale. You can only drink here. Hearing this, Duan Yi frowned and said, Who's the person in charge here? Help me call him out. When the waiter saw this, he quickly left. Not long after, he invited a middle-aged man over. The waiter said to them, This is the manager of our 100 Fragrances house. As he spoke, he left. Chapter 22:33. Don't you sell the sake here? Duan Yi asked. The shopkeeper responded with a smile. Yes, the wine in our restaurant can only be drunk here. It's not for sale. What if you exchange it with something else? Feng Jiu asked, gently shaking the wine glass in her hand. The shopkeeper was slightly startled when he heard this. This has never happened before. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted. Shopkeeper. The waiter ran over, pulled his sleeve, and whispered a few words in his ear. Hearing the waiter's words, the shopkeeper's heart moved slightly. He couldn't help but look at the beautiful woman in red, and said with a smile, "It turns out that you are an old friend of my master. My master ordered me to send 2 jars to you." He said to the waiter, "Go to the wine cellar and get 2 jars of wine." "Yes." The waiter responded and ran away quickly. Feng Jiu raised her eyebrows when she heard this. Old friend? Who was your master? Why didn't she know when she knew such a person? Duan Yi glanced at Feng Jiu, thinking in her heart, needless to say, this person must be a man. Lu Xian and Ruan Ru were slightly surprised in their hearts. They were both from this city, so they naturally knew the rule that the wine in the 100 Fragrances house was not for sale. Even if a person with a reputation in the city came, the wine would not be sold, let alone be given. It seemed that although they didn't know who this ghost doctor was, she really had some ability. Hearing Feng Jiu's words, the shopkeeper was startled and said with a smile, "How can you not know who my master is?" With that, he paused and said, "Even if you really don't know, since my master said that you are an old friend, you must be someone who knows you. You can accept this wine." Feng Jiu smiled and said, "Your master is here, right? Since she is an old friend, how can I not see her? Why don't you go and tell him that I want to meet his old friend?" Hearing this, the shopkeeper smiled and said, "All right, then please wait a moment, Mississippi." He bowed and left. In the attic on the top floor of the 100 Fragrances house, a masked man in a black robe was reclining on a soft couch. He was playing with a wine cup in his hand. He looked pensive. No one knew what he was thinking. If Feng Jiu saw his current appearance, she would definitely recognize that he was none other than the temple master of the Temple of Darkness. "Master, why did you give wine to the ghost doctor? She's clearly ruined so many of our plans. Since we know she's here, why don't we find an opportunity to make a move on her?" An old man at the side asked with a frown, his eyes full of confusion. The palace master toyed with the wine cup in his hand and did not even lift his eyelids. Make a move on her? Hell, what's the point of that? Hearing this, the old man was slightly startled. What did he mean by that? Wasn't the ghost doctor their enemy? He really had never seen anyone give wine to an enemy. It was one thing to give a poison wine, but the other party was the ghost doctor. If it could be given out, it couldn't be poisoned. He really didn't know what his master was thinking. Although he felt that his master's way of doing things was a little strange, but he was still his master and it was not good for him to question too much. Thus, he stood quietly at the side and did not speak again. He secretly thought that perhaps his master had other plans. At this time, the shopkeeper's voice came from outside. "Master, that lady in red wants to see you." Chapter 22:34. He took a sip of wine and said, "Tell her that I've left, and tell her that if there's a chance next time, I'll visit the Heavenly Pill building again." The shopkeeper outside responded, "Yes." On the second floor, the waiter was carrying 2 jars of wine and placing them on the table. He said, "Miss, please keep these 2 jars of wine." Then he left. Feng Jiu waved his hand and put the 2 jars of wine into his space. Not long after, the shopkeeper walked over. "Miss, I'm really sorry. My master just left. He said that if there's a chance next time, he'll visit you again." Hearing this, Feng Jiu's eyes flashed. He knows about the Heavenly Pill building? Who is this person? Could it be that he went to the Heavenly Pill building to buy medicinal pills and met me? In that case, let's settle the bill. She said to the shopkeeper, indicating that he should pay for their food. Miss, my master has instructed me to treat you to this meal." Hearing this, Feng Jiu laughed. "But I don't even know who your master is, and I'm asking him to treat me. This is a bit unreasonable. Besides, he's already given me 2 jars of wine. I can't save money on this meal." At this time, Duan Yi stood up, took out a heavy money bag, and put it on the table. "This is the money for the meal." He came to Feng Jiu's side and said, "Let's go." "Okay." She nodded slightly and left with him. When Lu Xian and Duan Yi saw this, they hurriedly followed. When they came outside, Lucien glanced at Duan Yi and asked Fengjiu, "Ghost Doctor, why don't I show you around? There are a few places in Luha City that have good scenery." "Okay. Anyway, we have nothing to do." Fengjiu agreed with a smile. He looked at the tea house opposite and said to them, "Wait for me." As he spoke, he walked toward the tea house and told the shopkeeper that he didn't have to vacate the room. Seeing Fengjiu leave, Lucien looked at Duan Yi beside her. She thought for a moment and asked, "Marshal Uncle Duan, where are you going?" "Did Marshal Uncle Duan come out a train?" Duan Yi glanced at her and asked instead of answering, "Is it inappropriate for us to be guests at your residence like this?" No, she said hurriedly. "But why did I hear that Luha City hasn't been very peaceful recently? The various clans and the City Lord's mansion are on guard. Will it really not bring you any trouble if I visit your mansion at this time?" Hearing this, Lucien was stunned for a moment. Marshal Uncle Duan knows about this? Seeing that he was looking at her, she hurriedly said, "It's like this because many female cultivators have died in the past few days. My father has increased the number of guards in the city, but until now, they still haven't caught that person. Every family has their own children, so naturally, there will be martial law. However, this won't affect Marshal Uncle Duan and Ghost Doctor from coming to my house as guests. I think that my father will definitely be very happy that you guys can come. If that's the case, I'll have to trouble you to show us around today." Fengjiu walked over and said with a smile, "Sure." Lucien and Ruan Ru responded with happy smiles. Duan Yi, on the other hand, glanced at Fengjiu. He clearly said that he didn't rest much last night and would find a place to rest well today, but now he wanted to go shopping. Could it be that he had some thoughts again? Chapter 22:35. Thinking of this, he sighed in his heart and shook his head secretly. She was really reckless. It wasn't like she didn't know that her spiritual power was sealed and she could only use Xian energy. All her contracted beasts were left in the Heavenly Pill building. If she encountered a devil cultivator who was stronger than her, what should she do? Other cultivators who had reached her level of cultivation were all otherworldly and didn't meddle in other people's business. She, on the other hand, liked to meddle in other people's business. Lucien and Ruan Ru took the two of them to play around in the city. Lucien and Ruan Ru didn't have Fengjiu's plan. They only thought that she had come to Luha City in the future and was quite interested in this place, so she played for most of the day. Duan Yi, who knew Fengjiu's plan, paid attention along the way to see if there was anyone special. It wasn't until afternoon that they went to the City Lord's mansion. "Marshal Uncle Duan, Ghost Doctor, the City Lord's mansion is right in front of us," Lucien said as she held Ruan Ru's hand and walked. Fengjiu and Duan Yi looked ahead and saw cultivators entering the City Lord's mansion one after another. "So," Fengjiu asked, "are those people from your mansion?" Lucien shook her head and said, "No, it's because a devil cultivator appeared in this city. My father posted a notice and asked all the experts in the city to help catch that devil cultivator. These people should be here for that devil cultivator." "Oh, your father posted a notice." She looked at her curiously and asked, "What's your father's cultivation level? How could he not even deal with a devil cultivator? Since he was the city lord, his cultivation level should not be low." "My father is a cultivator at the middle stage of the fairy realm. However, he has a lot of things to deal with. That devil cultivator is committing crimes everywhere in the city. My father can't deal with it alone, so he asked for help from all the experts." Fengjiu nodded. The strength of a city lord was almost at the fairy realm. Many patriarchs of the clans here were stuck at this level and couldn't advance any further. They followed Lucien inside. Once inside, they walked for a while and saw many people standing in the courtyard talking about the devil cultivator and some of their own things. Because there were many people in the courtyard, Lucien said, "Marshal Uncle Duan, let's go over there. There's no one on the path over there. I'll take you guys to rest first, then I'll talk to my father." The few of them were just about to walk towards the small path when suddenly, one of the middle-aged cultivators who were talking around inadvertently glanced over and saw the baby-faced Duan Yi, and his face couldn't help but overflow with pleasant surprise. "Fellow Immortal Duan! Fellow Immortal Duan!" That person excitedly squeezed through the crowd and ran towards Duanyi. When he arrived in front of him, he looked him up and down and said, it really is fellow Taoist Duan. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. I didn't expect it to be you. The cultivator's voice was loud and clear. As soon as his voice rang out, everyone's attention was drawn over. At this moment, all of their gazes landed on the baby-faced Duanyi. They were puzzled in their hearts. This youth didn't look very old. So why was that cultivator at the fairy realm so excited when he saw this youth? Thus, someone who knew that cultivator asked, "Fellow cultivator Hong, who is this little friend?" That person looked at Duanyi and asked. Chapter 2236. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but gasp. This young man didn't look very old, but he was already at the peak of the fairy realm. They looked him up and down one by one, but found that his aura wasn't at the peak of the fairy realm. They couldn't help but look at Hong Xiushi in confusion. "You're not mistaken, are you? This young man doesn't look very old. He has the strength of the peak of the fairy realm. How could I be mistaken? He saved me last time," Hong Xiushi said with a smile. He looked at Duanyi and said, "Fellow immortal Duan, do you still remember me? You even saved my life last time." Duanyi listened to them talking one by one, especially in the end. They surrounded him and asked him questions. He couldn't help but frown slightly. He looked at Fengjiu beside him, and his frown deepened. "Where's Fengjiu? Where did that woman go? You really can't judge a book by its cover. I really couldn't tell that fellow immortal is already at the peak of the fairy realm. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Yes, you really deserve to be a genius of the Cloud Jade Immortal Sect, one of the 4 major immortal sects. Your future is limitless. Fellow immortal Duan is also here for the Devil Cultivator, right? Since fellow immortal Duan is from the Cloud Jade Immortal Sect and happen to pass by here, you definitely won't sit back and do nothing. Yes, the Cloud Jade Immortal Sect is one of the 4 major immortal sects, and fellow immortal Duan is so powerful. With you here, the Devil Cultivator will definitely be frightened and won't dare to come again." Listening to everyone's words, Duanyi frowned and said, "Everyone, I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first." He turned around to leave, but he didn't see Lu Xian. He saw Ruanru standing behind him, so he walked over. "Where is she?" he asked with a frown. "Uncle Duan." Xian went to invite her father, Ruanru said quickly. "Don't ask her." Duanye's face darkened. He glanced around, but didn't see Fengjiu. Seeing Duanye's face darken, she couldn't help but take a step back and said in a small voice, "I don't know about the ghost doctor either. Just now, they were all squeezing over, so I also retreated to the side. When I came back to my senses, the ghost doctor's figure was already gone." Duanyi was about to look for her when he heard Lu Xian's voice. "Father, he's Martial Uncle Duan." Duanyi turned around and saw Lu Xian walking over with large strides with her father. When he saw this, he knew that he couldn't leave. So he looked at Ruanru and said, "Are you familiar with the city lord's estate?" Seeing this, Ruanru said, "Yes, I'm very close to Xian. I've been living in her house since I came back." "Then go look for her and see where she went," he instructed. "All right." She nodded in response, then turned to leave. Her heart was slightly surprised. Duan Martial Uncle really cared about the ghost doctor. Could it be that the ghost doctor was Duan Martial Uncle's relative? Until now, they still hadn't said what the ghost doctor's surname was. On the other side, Fengjiu was walking along the path, enjoying the scenery in the city lord's estate. The people there just now rushed up and pushed her away from Duanyi. Seeing that Duanyi was surrounded by many people talking to him, Lu Xian and Ruanru were also pushed aside, so she left first. Chapter 2237. She raised her eyebrows and turned her body slightly to look. She saw that the man had one hand under his head and the other by his side. One leg was stretched out and the other was bent slightly. His posture was leisurely and contented as he rested with half-closed eyes. That person's appearance was outstanding. Under a pair of sword-like eyebrows was a pair of half-squinted eyes. Because the other party's eyes were half-squinted, she could not see the expression in his eyes clearly. However, that tall nose, thin lips, and sharp facial features combined to form a handsome, outstanding, and masculine face that was full of masculine charm. The strangest thing was that the man's temperament, which was neither good nor evil, was strangely familiar to her. However, she was very sure that she had never seen this person before. "Why are you staring at me?" A deep and magnetic voice with a hint of sleepiness was heard. At the same time, he opened his eyes and looked at Fungio. When he saw her, his eyes flashed and a trace of amazement appeared in his eyes. Then, he sat up from the rockery. Fungio could clearly see that this was the man's first time seeing her. Because when he looked at her just now, it was clear that most people would have the same amazement when seeing her for the first time. This man did not look any different from the people she had seen before. The man sat on the rockery and stared at Fungio for a while. Then, with a light leap, he jumped down from the rockery and walked step by step towards Fungio. With a charming smile on his face, he stared straight at her and asked, "Miss, may I know your name?" That expression, that action, that gaze, and the words he said made the corners of Fungio's mouth twitch involuntarily. She was speechless and looked away slightly, simply unable to look straight at him. Was this man trying to seduce her? Look at that gaze. It was comparable to that of a woman in a brothel, especially when this person was a man. That kind of strangeness definitely refreshed her understanding of him. "Miss, could it be that you're shy?" Seeing Fungio avert his eyes, the man chuckled and said, "Speaking of which, I should have introduced myself first. My surname is E, and my name is Chiron. I'm 27 years old and still unmarried. How about you?" Before he could finish speaking, he saw the beautiful woman in red turn around and leave. Seeing this, his eyes flickered slightly, and the corners of his lips curled up with an imperceptible trace of loneliness. He immediately strode after her. "Miss, I haven't finished speaking. Miss, I fell in love with Miss at first sight. I, Chiron, believe that my appearance is outstanding and my bearing is extraordinary. I'm perfect for Mississippi. What does Miss think?" Fungio frowned at the nonsensical chatter. He stopped and glanced at the chattering person next to him, sizing him up. "Chiron, that's right, it's me." He nodded with a smile, his eyes staring at her. "Which tavern did you run out of? Don't you know where this is?" When he heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched. "A small brothel?" He looked down at himself and asked, "What kind of small brothel can accommodate such a dignified and talented person like me? Miss, don't joke around." On the other side, Ruan Rue came over and happened to see this scene. She quickly walked over, but the moment she approached, she heard the ghost doctor's cold voice. "If you're not from a small brothel, why do you keep throwing flirtatious glances at me? Could it be that your eyes are spasming?" Chapter 2238. Hearing this, Ruan Rue glanced at the man, then at Fungio. Then, she quickly stepped forward and came to Fungio's side. "Ghost Doctor, Marshal Uncle Duan was looking for you just now." She looked at the man, somewhat puzzled. Was this person flirting with the Ghost Doctor? If Marshal Uncle Duan found out, they would probably fight. Thinking of this, she quickly said, "I'm familiar with the city lord's mansion. Why don't I take the Ghost Doctor around? Or go to the front to find Marshal Uncle Duan? I want to take a nap. Take me to the guest room," Fungio said, glancing at Chiron on the side, and then followed Ruan Rue to leave. Watching Fungio leave, Chiron's expression changed slightly. His aura became a little different after she walked away. He looked playfully at the gradually fading figure. It was unknown what he thought of, but the corners of his mouth slightly hooked up, revealing a mysterious smile. After walking a distance with Fungio, Ruan Rue looked back and saw that the man didn't follow. She asked, "Ghost Doctor, that person didn't do anything to you, right?" "No," Fungio said, looking ahead, and asked, "Is that person also a guest of the city lord? I didn't see him a few days ago. I think he should have just arrived today. Maybe he's also the cultivator who posted the notice," Ruan Rue said. Hearing this, Fungio nodded and didn't say anything more. The two walked slowly, chatting from time to time, and didn't stop until they reached the courtyard at the back. "Ghost Doctor, you live in this courtyard. Next to it is Xian's courtyard. I live with her. If there's anything, you can find us," Ruan Rue said softly, and took her inside. Wait and see if there's anything missing. I'll talk to Xian and have a servant send it over. Feng Jiu glanced at the courtyard, then entered the room to take a look. No need. This is already very good. She wouldn't really live here for a long time. Then you rest first. I'll go ahead and talk to Xian and marshal Uncle Duan, lest they worry. She bowed slightly, then retreated and closed the door. Seeing her leave, Feng Jiu went to the bed and sat down. After taking off his boots, he lay down on the bed, pulled the quilt over him, and went to sleep. As Duan Yi said, he didn't rest much last night and wandered around for most of the day today. As soon as he lay down, he quickly fell into a deep sleep. After chatting for a while, he stopped and didn't enter the room, led by Lu Xian and Ruan Ru, came to Feng Jiu's courtyard. Seeing the courtyard was quiet in the courtyard, he knew that the person in the room was had not yet awake. He knew the person in Haddon's, so he stopped and in Didn's for. Marshal Uncle Duan, how about I take you to the guest room to rest first? Lu Xian said, maybe the ghost doctor will wake up later. Duan Yi glanced at it and said, aren't there rooms here? Hearing this, the two of them were stunned. It was good to have an empty room here, but after all, men and women were different. Was he going to live in the same courtyard as the ghost doctor? It didn't seem good, right? What? No? Duan Yi looked at Lu Xian. No. She quickly waved her hand. Of course you can live here, but I'm worried about whether it's inconvenient. No. Chapter 2239. Duan Yi nodded and said to the two, have someone prepare a hot bath in the evening. Lu Xian was startled for a moment, and then replied, yes, I'll remember it. Then we'll go back first and not disturb Marshal Uncle Duan's rest. With that, the two bowed and turned to leave. After the two left, Duan Yi also went back to his room to rest. Ruan Ru, who walked out of the courtyard, couldn't help but say, when we were in the sect, we all heard that Marshal Uncle Duan didn't get close to women and treated people indifferently. I didn't expect him to be so attentive to the ghost doctor. That's why we can't just believe in rumors. Everything has to be seen. Lu Xian said with a smile, just now Marshal Uncle Duan said that he would help find out the devil cultivator who killed the female cultivators in the city recently. With Marshal Uncle Duan's words, I think the people in the city will soon not be so anxious. Yes, it's really a coincidence this time that Marshal Uncle Duan happened to pass by here. Otherwise, with our status in the sect, it would be difficult to ask Marshal Uncle Duan for help. The two talked as they returned to the courtyard. In the evening, they asked the servants to prepare water for a bath and send it over. When the sky gradually darkened, the two went to the courtyard to wait for them. Under the night sky, a banquet was set up in the city lord's mansion. All the cultivators were talking and laughing at the banquet, and the servants delivered food and wine one after another. At this moment, everyone stood up when the city lord arrived. City Lord Lu. Everyone smiled and cupped their hands. Hee, you don't have to be so polite. Please sit down. City Lord Lu smiled back and asked everyone to sit down. He glanced around and saw that there were still a few empty seats in front of him. He couldn't help but look at the housekeeper beside him. Xian hasn't come yet? Master. Miss went to Duan Immortal Master and should be coming soon. The housekeeper lowered his voice and said. Hearing this, the city lord nodded slightly, sat down, and said to the crowd, everyone, thank you for your righteousness. This time, I'll have to trouble you. Here, I'll propose a toast to you first. City Lord Lu is too polite. Everyone said with a smile, raised their wine glasses, and drank. At this time, they didn't see Duan Ye's figure, so they said, why hasn't fellow Immortal Duan come yet? He should be here soon, right? I heard that Miss Lu went to invite him. Hee, fellow Immortal Duan, you're putting on too much airs. You know there's a banquet tonight, yet you still ask Miss Lu to invite you. You're really putting on airs. The person who spoke shook his head. Sitting alone, Ishiran drank his wine. He didn't pay attention to those people's words and only gently swirled the wine cup in his hand, playing with it in boredom. Father, Marshal Uncle Duan is here. Lu Xian's voice resounded, and everyone looked over as well. They saw Lu Xiyin and Ruan Ru walking in the front, while Duan Yi and a peerlessly beautiful woman in red walked over slowly with leisurely steps behind her. When they saw the woman in red, the cultivators were slightly surprised, and many of them were stunned. Who was this woman? Why didn't they see him during the day? She was dressed in red, and her posture carried a languid aura. Her beautiful face contrasted with her dazzling red clothes, and there was actually a touch of enchanting and charming aura. It made them somewhat unable to move their eyes away, and they only felt that their minds were slightly moved. It was incomparably stunning. However, soon, they found that something seemed to be wrong. There was no trace of spiritual power on this woman. Could it be that she was just an ordinary mortal? Chapter 2240. She's just a mortal. She's just an ordinary person with no cultivation. How could someone like her enter such a banquet? Weren't the people sitting here tonight all experts with cultivation bases? We're all here to discuss how to deal with the devil cultivators in the city. How could we let an ordinary person join us? Let's not talk about anything else. This woman has a good appearance. Hee, an ordinary person without cultivation. So what if she has a good appearance? In the end, she can't withstand the ravages of time. After 100 years, won't she still be a pile of bones? That's true. No matter how beautiful she is, she's just an illusion. She's not from the same world as us. This kind of mortal woman is really not suitable to appear in such an occasion. That's right. Sitting with her is really beneath our status. A few cultivators whispered and discussed the red-robed Fengjiu. Only a few people did not join in the conversation. After sizing up Fengjiu, they poured wine and drank. When Yixiran, who had been sitting idly and drinking wine, saw Fengjiu arrive, his eyes lit up. His originally slanted body straightened a little because of her arrival. However, he was not in a hurry to go forward. Instead, he stared at her. The city lord knew the woman who came with Duan Yi, but he did not expect her to be so beautiful. He remembered that his daughter had told him that this woman was called the Ghost Doctor. At that time, he thought, why did this Ghost Doctor sound so familiar? At this moment, when he saw the woman's appearance and red robes, a thought flashed through his mind. He finally remembered. Not long ago, the Heavenly Pill Pavilion rose to prominence in 100 River City. The pavilion master was called the Ghost Doctor, and her name seemed to be Fengjiu. When he thought of this, he could not help but feel excited. He did not care about the others and hurriedly stood up to greet her. Immortal Monarch, is this the Ghost Doctor Fengjiu? He asked Duan Yi. However, his eyes were filled with excitement as he looked at Fengjiu. Hearing this, Duan Yi looked at him deeply. He did not expect him to recognize Fengjiu. He glanced at Fengjiu and nodded. Not bad. I really didn't expect it to be the Ghost Doctor. I've been neglectful. He said apologetically as he cupped his hands and bowed to her, saying, Ghost Doctor, please take a seat. Lu Xiyin and Ruan Ru, who were watching from the side, were baffled. Fengjiu, the Ghost Doctor? Was the Ghost Doctor very famous? How come the two of them didn't know? The other cultivators were also puzzled when they saw this and were somewhat dissatisfied. Thus, someone said, City Lord Lu, aren't you going to introduce this lady to us? Even they had never seen City Lord Lu treat them with such respect. This woman was just a woman without any cultivation. How could she make City Lord Lu treat her differently? Come, the two of you, please take a seat. City Lord Lu smiled and invited them to take a seat. After everyone sat down, he said with a smile, Everyone knows Duan Immortal Monarch, and this is the Ghost Dr. Fengjiu. Ghost Dr. Fengjiu? What was that? This woman was a doctor? Thinking of this, everyone's expressions were different as they stared at the woman. Such an enchanting and beautiful woman was a doctor? What was a mere doctor doing here? Could it be that she could help with the matter of capturing demonic cultivators? Chapter 2241. How could she be an ordinary person? Didn't City Lord Lu say it? She's the Ghost Doctor. In that case, she should be a doctor. Ha! Even a doctor is here. What are they trying to do? City Lord Lu, this girl can't be helping us catch fiendish cultivators, right? Hearing the crowd's mocking words, City Lord Lu couldn't help but frown slightly. He glanced at the Ghost Doctor and saw that she was pouring wine and drinking it, as if she didn't hear those cultivators' contemptuous words. Although she didn't care, she was still a guest, and his guest at that. He couldn't let these people humiliate and belittle her like this. Thus, he straightened his face and said to the crowd, "Everyone may not know, but the ghost doctor is definitely not an ordinary person." Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted. "Miss, so you're called Fengjiu. Then how about I call you Jiu?" That Jiu made Fengjiu spit out the wine she had just drunk. Coincidentally, it sprayed all over Ishiran's face. Ishiran was dazed for a moment and felt the wine dripping down his face. He had never been treated like this before and felt his mind go blank when the wine sprayed on his face. Instinctively, he reached out to grab the corner of her clothes and wiped his face. Fengjiu's mouth twitched when she saw this scene. Seeing this person pull the corner of her clothes to wipe his face, she felt that this scene was inexplicably familiar. Once upon a time, she seemed to have done this to Xian Yuanmo's. At this moment, it was her turn to experience it for herself. This feeling really wasn't too good. Duanyi glanced at the black-robed man and instinctively frowned. Who was this person? When did Fengjiu provoke him? If Fengjiu knew what he was thinking, he would definitely cry out that he was wronged. It was clearly Ishiran who stuck himself to her. City Lord Liu was also stunned when he was interrupted by this scene. He returned to his senses and whispered to his daughter, sitting next to him, "What's going on? They know each other?" Thus, Lu Xian told him about Fengjiu's encounter with Ishiran at noon. After that, she asked again, "Father, who is this person? Do you know him?" He also posted the notice today. "I think his surname is Yi, and he's a loose cultivator." As City Lord Liu spoke, his gaze landed on Ishiran. To be able to survive after daring to take liberties with the ghost doctor, this person was quite a character. After Ishiran finished wiping his face, he stared blankly at the red hem in his hand. Then, he narrowed his eyes and revealed an intoxicated smile. "Jior, this smells really good. Why don't you leave this hem for me as a souvenir?" As he spoke, he moved his hand and tore Fengjiu's clothes apart. With a tearing sound, a corner of Fengjiu's clothes was torn off. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. Was this person here to cause trouble? Or are you here to beat me up? In front of so many cultivators, as well as City Lord Liu, he actually dared to take liberties with a girl, and even tore off a corner of her clothes as a souvenir. Everyone was petrified. Even though they'd lived for so long, they'd never seen such a shameless person. Duan Ye's face darkened. He stood up, circulated the spirit power in his body, and waved his hand at the black-robed man. At the same time, he coldly shouted, "You're courting death.